knew what it was like to be in my position, I think their mind would be completely changed. Try and look in my shoes and not only knowing what it's like to be shot at your school, a place where you're supposed to feel safe enough to go learn for 6 hours a day, and losing my best friend. My community was shattered. And now I have all of this emotional and physical healing to do that no one should have to do, period.
The kids making noise, going on walkouts, they will vote you out or support your career. It's not about me. I'm here because of my son, but they're here because of them. Listen to those voices. Those are the ones that are going to decide your political future.
We were counting on you, giving you our vote, and you have done nothing regarding gun violence. That is happening every single day, and it took my son 5 years ago.
When you are affected by gun violence, it's every day of your life. It's not something that just goes away after a year. Even if you weren't shot, you have like trauma for the rest of your life.
We need to focus on trauma-informed special help for victims of gun violence. And there isn't a single person in Washington, D.C. that could possibly say, that's a bad idea.
Over 100 people a day are dying of gun violence, and that's gun violence of all kinds, not just the type of mass shooting that I survived. And that's 100 families every day whose lives are being changed forever. And please to remember them in the work that they're doing. This is a real epidemic in this country, but it is one that is curable.
Your family's not affected by gun violence. Mine is. So I think you should try to help these people who are losing their lives to violence instead of trying to help people to keep making these guns and keep selling these guns.
You know, here's the deal. There's almost 400 million guns in America now. There's about 25 million assault rifles. Those guns need to be locked up. 76% of all school shootings are, the school shooter uses a gun that's unsecured from home or a relative's home. So I could rattle off, 10 school shootings that could have been absolutely prevented if that gun owner had just stepped up and stored their weapon.
You have children that are depressed. You have children who are missing their loved ones. And that's what I would say to that lawmaker. When you're making those decisions and thinking about these gun laws and making changes, please consider the families who are left behind.
If you are on the wrong side of this, you may still be serving, but you will be fired. So the choice is work to reduce gun violence, to pass meaningful legislation to save lives, or just know we are not going to stop working to fire you from the work you're doing now.
We need you to step up, grow a backbone, and put policies in place that keep us safe. We are Americans. We are expert at solving problems. This is a problem that is ripping our soul apart. Solve it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nick Wilson. I'm the Senior Director of Gun Violence Prevention here at Center for American Progress. On behalf of all of CAP, thank you so much for coming here this morning. It's our 10th National Summit. Couldn't be more thrilled with the speakers, the agenda, and the lineup. And I'll get into all of the housekeeping and what to expect later today, but let's kick it off real strong with a couple of our champions in Congress that have come on this very busy day to address all of you. And if you can put your phones on silent, that will be great. So we don't want to miss any of those remarks. I'm going to start with Congresswoman Robin Kelly. Congresswoman Kelly was motivated to run for office because she noticed in her community and across the country that the lack of economic opportunities, inadequate access to affordable healthcare, and of course, gun violence were issues plaguing our communities. After her winning her seat in Congress on a gun violence prevention platform, she wrote the 2014 Kelly Report on Gun Violence in America, the first ever congressional analysis of the nation's gun violence epidemic that offers a blueprint for ending this crisis. She wasted no time bringing attention to congressional inaction on gun violence. She refused to stand during moments of silence, demanding action instead of empty gestures. Following the Pulse nightclub shooting in 2016, Representative Kelly joined Congressman John Lewis to lead a 26-hour sit-in on the House floor demanding action on gun violence. She's also introduced numerous pieces of legislation to address this crisis. Earlier this year, she brought together survivors, advocates, policymakers, and researchers to release the 2024 Kelly Report, which charts a path forward for meaningful change. It was an honor to stand with her at her press conference with many fellow advocates, some of in this room, and many champions in Congress. On the 10th anniversary of the original Kelly Report, I think it's only fitting that Congresswoman Kelly is here to welcome everyone at the 10th Annual National Gun Violence Prevention Summit. Please help me in welcoming Congresswoman Kelly.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here as agents of change to end gun violence once and for all. I'd like to extend my special gratitude to the Center for American Progress for being a partner in this struggle and helping to advance policies that will save families. Gun violence is the reason I ran for Congress. I refused to stand by as children were being torn apart from their families and Congress did nothing. I received an F from the NRA, one of my proud Fs in my life, while two of my primary opponents received A+. 11 years ago, an F from the NRA could have ended a campaign. But I stuck to what I knew was true. From the south side of Chicago to the suburbs to rural areas, people wanted their legislators to take action against gun violence. Now, an F from the NRA is a badge of honor and can launch a candidate to success. It's a testament to how we've grown. 10 years ago, shortly after coming to Congress, as was said, I published the Kelly Report on gun violence in America. And it was the first congressional report that focused on identifying the problem and offering solutions to combating gun violence at the local, state, and federal level. As I'm sure we'll talk about today, we have made progress over the past 10 years, but you know there's a lot of work that still remains. Too many innocent people are being taken from us every day. We just had the example in Birmingham, Alabama, as far as a mass shooting, and almost every day in the Chicagoland area, we lose someone. The mass shootings and school shootings take headlines, but there are communities that are suffering from gun violence every single day. It doesn't get talked about on the news, but families and neighbors mourn the passing as newspapers print statistics instead of names. This causes so much trauma in the neighborhoods. That's why I updated the Kelly Report and issued the 2024 Kelly Report, A Vision for a Safer America. The conversation has evolved. Gun violence used to be just discussed as an urban problem, from urban drive-bys and suburban school shootings to the high suicide rates in rural America, including our farmers. Today, the country recognizes this effect on every zip code. One important update happened 2 years ago. Congress passed the first federal gun safety law in 30 years, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. This bill imposed stricter penalties for straw purchasing and gun trafficking, invested billions of dollars in our mental health care services, keeps guns out of the hands of domestic abusers, and improves background checks for buyers under the age of 21. Still not good enough, but it's had a positive effect, and we are not stopping there. And as I look in the audience and see one of my great partners in gun violence prevention, I know he'll talk about his great piece of legislation that we must get passed. Probably not in 2024, but definitely in 2025. So we need to continue to, that's Stephen Horser, by the way. We need to continue to fight for gun safety at every level of government. Community violence intervention programs need better funding and support. Students and teachers deserve to be safe in schools from weapons of war. Families need red flag laws and safe storage requirements. Survivors should be able to hold gun manufacturers accountable in court. There's a lot more that we must do to end this public health crisis, but I am encouraged by the progress we've made and by everyone here who I know is ready to get the job done. Thank you all for the work you do. You are the wind beneath my wings for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thanks for wearing orange, the official color of the movement. Next up, as you might have guessed, we have Congressman Stephen Horsford. We always try to start these summits off with hearing directly from survivors of gun violence and learning from them, not just their stories, but how they can contribute to the policy solutions, our priorities for the movement. Like many of the survivors in this room today, Congressman Horsford experienced a loss of gun violence at a young age, but he has dedicated his life to advocating for his community in Las Vegas and using his position in Congress and as chair of the Congressional Black Caucus to pass stronger gun laws and large investments in intervention and prevention. I'm sure you'll hear more about how he's associated with as the sponsor of the Break the Cycle of Violence Act, which would invest $6.5 billion with a B, in anti-violence programs and job opportunities for youth. I'm actually pleased to see quite a few CVI workers in the audience today, some that work for hospitals or other community-based organizations. And this legislation is necessary to ensuring that they have the resources and the sustainability and the opportunities for growth so that we can make our communities stronger and safer. In addition to supporting intervention and prevention, he's a strong and vocal supporter of extremist protection orders, banning assault weapons, universal background checks, and ending the school to prison pipeline. Please help me welcome to the stage Congressman Horsford.
Good morning. It's good to be here. I'm suffering from this peak allergy season, and I just returned from Las Vegas after a 24-hour trip. So bear with me, but I am really honored to be here and with my colleague, Congresswoman Robin Kelly, because it's because of you that this movement has made the progress that it has. I wish I didn't have a story to tell. I wish I didn't have to own the pain of losing a loved one to gun violence. When I was 19 years old, a freshman in college, I got the call that far too many people in our society have to receive. My father, who was working as a cook at a local convenience store in Las Vegas, in North Las Vegas, a block away from where I grew up, and in the heart of the community that I now serve, my father was shot and killed. There was someone who had broken into or who was trying to shoplift from the grocery store, and they were asked to leave. And when they came back, they came back with the shotgun. My father took a bullet to his chest. He died en route to the hospital in an ambulance. So I never had the chance to say goodbye to him. Never had the chance to tell him that I loved him, or for him to see his son go on to finish school, to raise 3 children, to serve my community, and now to be a member of Congress. So I share that not because I want to, but because I have to. And you all have given me the courage to talk more about it. I used to not share this story because it's too painful and it's too traumatic. And too many people in our country have to live with that pain and that trauma every day. But like others, Lucy McBath and Robin Kelly and Maxwell Frost and so many others, Robin Kelly and others in our caucus, we've learned to channel that pain into purpose and to own it for the experience that has shaped us. And so on the 30th anniversary of my father's death, I reintroduced with my colleagues the Break the Cycle of Violence Act. This is a bill that, when fully funded, would provide $6.5 billion over 8 years to fully fund community violence intervention programs. And with Lisa Blunt Rochester, also invest in resources to provide opportunities to young people during school, after school, summer employment, year-round employment, mentoring, and all the things that we know if you would just do, we would actually avoid crime, we would reduce crime, we would save lives, and we would break the cycle of violence. So on the 31st anniversary of my father's death, we passed that bill out of the House with 221 votes. And we've been trying to get the Senate to include it in their measures. But because of you, $250 million, the largest federal investment ever, was included in the bipartisan Safer Communities bill. $250 million, which is now funding community violence intervention programs all across the country. But you know what? There are people who think that this is a program that shouldn't be funded. They're already saying there's not enough evidence. They're already saying that it doesn't work. And my question to them quite directly is, what the hell are you doing to address gun violence and to prevent it from happening in the first place? What evidence do you have that doing nothing is solving a problem? What the hell does thoughts and prayers have to do with stopping violence in our communities? And so because of you, we're not going to give up. Because of you, we have to press forward. And because of you, we are going to win, not only on the issue of break the cycle of violence, but all of the other common sense gun violence prevention bills. I want to emphasize the point, it's because of you, because this work is hard enough. You know, for the families who have to come and testify, the mothers who have to express their pain and their sorrow, the children who have lost parents and loved ones, it's hard enough. As a policymaker, I don't enjoy taking the meetings and hearing from people who have endured this pain. It's hard. But because of you, we can't give up. And so it's almost like, you know, when your blessing is just on the other side, so you can't give up. I need you all to understand in this moment, you can't give up. And it's almost like the other side wants us to. It's almost like they're like, okay, if we can just get enough exhaustion out there, if we can just get enough people to see, nothing that you want is going to make the difference. And whether it's the mass shootings that happen across our country, unfortunately, Las Vegas is home to the worst mass shooting in US history, which is not something to be proud of. Or every day in America, which Congresswoman Kelly continues to express every day in America. Hundreds of people are affected by gun violence. People die at the hands of guns every day, and many more are surviving because of the pain of gun violence every single day. But it's because of you that we're not going to give up. So I hope that today in this summit, in addition to talking about the bills, we'll talk about what else we need to keep this movement going, to make sure that people are getting the care that they need to continue to advance this work. I get it's hard, and it can be overwhelming and emotional sometimes. But when the purpose is on the other side of the pain, you have to keep fighting for it, because that's how you honor the legacy of those who we lost. and those who are at risk of being next if we don't do something about it. So because of you, we're here. Thank you.
Very powerful. We're very lucky to have you both in Congress fighting for us. And thank you for sharing your story, even though it's difficult. I know a lot of people in this room can relate. Our final opening speaker, I'm very excited to introduce a dear friend of mine, Aziz Vokiwa. Many of you may know her from her 6.5 years at Giffords. She was the Federal Affairs Director. Whenever I wasn't quite sure what was happening on the Hill or got confusing things, she was always my first phone call, always so gracious when I asked dumb questions, and always taking the time to be a great collaborator. I'm very excited that I can still give her a call whenever I need help, because now she's the Vice President of Policy at Community Justice, an incredible organization that I've been proud to partner with for a long time and is working in many communities across the country. And so without further ado, let's bring up my friend Utsi.
Thank you so much, Nick, and good morning, everybody. As Nick said, my name is Aziz Vokiwa, and I'm the Vice President of Policy at Community Justice. Community Justice is working to end gun violence in Black and Brown communities by empowering those closest to the pain to build political power and advocate for policy change. It's truly an honor to be with all of you this morning to help kick off the 10th Annual Gun Violence Prevention Summit. This GVP Summit is always a highlight of the year when all of our organizations can come together to share ideas, to learn from experts, and foster collaboration. So I just want to take a minute to say thank you to Nick Wilson, to Arnita Holloman, to Allison Jordan, everyone at CAP, and the steering committee who made this year's gathering possible. Give them a round of applause. This is such an incredible moment for our movement to come together. As Congressman Horsford said, it's a time when we have to continue pushing through if we want to see the progress that we all know is needed to keep our communities safe. Even as we continue to be impacted by mass tragedies like we saw in Birmingham over the weekend or in Winder, Georgia a few weeks ago, there is still a lot of progress to recognize. Because of the collective efforts of everyone here, yesterday, we marked the 1-year anniversary of the first ever in history White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. So those of us who had the pleasure of working with them have always known what incredible leaders Rob Wilcox and Greg Jackson were and still are. And just look at what they've been able to accomplish and how they've supported our communities and our work. That office only exists because of the people in this room raising our voices together. Over the past year, we've seen significant drops in homicides and violent crime in cities across the country. States like Maryland and North Carolina have statewide offices of gun violence prevention. Our nation's top doctor declared what we have all known for quite some time, that gun violence is a public health crisis. And for the last several years, thanks to leaders like Congresswoman Kelly and Congressman Stephen Horsford, the federal government has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in community violence intervention. At Community Justice, we're especially excited to support leaders in the field who are working to build a sustainable public health and safety infrastructure to center the communities that are disproportionately impacted by gun violence and to advance policies that address the root causes of violence. Since we were founded 8 years ago, we've put Black and Brown people at the center of our work. And while much of the national discourse about gun violence focuses on mass shootings and access to firearms, Community Justice has been instrumental in bringing that public health approach to the policy conversation. This means ensuring that policymakers not only prioritize community violence intervention programs, but also address the root causes of violence like a lack of employment or reliable housing, that we prevent youth from engaging in violence, that we provide equitable and accessible victim support services, and that we, of course, strengthen our gun laws. If you missed it, last month, we released the CVI Action Plan with our partners at the Health Alliance for Violence Intervention and the National Institute for Criminal Justice Reform, with support from the community-based Public Safety Collective and the Urban Peace Institute. The CVI Action Plan is a comprehensive collection of recommendations for sustaining and scaling CVI initiatives across the country. The plan outlines a community-led vision that provides guidance to drive CVI policies forward and to help save lives, reduce violence in Black and Brown communities, and support the CVI workers who've committed their livelihoods and their lives to ending violence. So as we start the summit, I hope that we can come away from this gathering with a focus on hope and the fact that there are solutions to gun violence that are working. So often the conversations we have about gun violence focus on the problem, the unacceptable numbers of deaths and injuries, the trauma, the fact that gun violence is the #1 cause of death for people 19 and under. It's really hard to find a positive light when you hear the facts and are constantly bombarded with headlines about shooting after shooting after shooting. But this summit will provide some incredible opportunities to brainstorm, to collaborate, and learn more about the policy solutions that can end the gun violence crisis if they are properly implemented at all levels of government. When we work together, everyone in this room has the power to make a nation free of gun violence a reality for all of us. Thank you again to CAP for hosting us, and I hope everyone enjoys the summit. Thank you.
I'm already feeling inspired and we're just getting started. Again, it's so wonderful to see so many people here in the room and then the hundreds of people that are tuning in online. This is such an important gathering of advocates, survivors, policymakers, students, religious leaders, public health leaders, stakeholders, and other social justice movements. Not just because it's the 10th summit, and that's a nice round number and something that we should celebrate, that we all keep coming back year after year for community and learning, but also because, yes, it's an election year. And thanks to the progress that this movement has made, candidates up and down the ballot have no choice but to confront our issue. But it's also a crucial year for us to gather, discuss some of the largest challenges and opportunities facing the movement, because as we continue to grow, diversify, become more strategic, become more collaborative, we've become a formidable force fighting for the right of every American to be free from gun violence and generational trauma. There's a lot to celebrate. Mass shootings, which drive a lot of the narrative, are down this year, finally. There's still more work to be done, still higher than the pandemic. And then there's also some things that we need to really look at, that school shootings are on pace this year to surpass the record number of shootings last year. We'll talk about how to make our schools safer without resorting to turning them into prisons, but really investing in community partnerships and people that can help us create safe learning environments. Now, I have some colleagues upstairs that are refreshing the FBI website as we hear. If you listen quietly, you can probably hear the clicking, because we're expecting the FBI to release a report either today or later this week showing that 2023 had one of the largest declines in gun violence year over year. We'll see this pop. Yeah, let's celebrate. We're going to see this pop up in the next couple news cycles. Not as much as if it went up, like it did 30% in 2020 when it was wall-to-wall coverage. And we'll see the data politicized. They'll be like, wait, well, this one city reported it slightly differently, so we can't trust the numbers. But thanks to local police data and non-governmental data like the Gun Violence Archive, we don't have to just focus on what happened 9 months ago. We can see what's happening now. And we know that 2024, we're on pace for another historic decline, thanks to so much of the work of people in this room and people back at home fighting the good fight. CAP is releasing a report this week looking at the 300 most populous US cities and looking at the first 8 months of this year. And we found that gun violence homicides are down 14.8% in the first 8 months of 2024 compared to the same time last year. That's nearly 15%. That's huge. Now, some of us were a little nervous. We all know that during the summer, we see gun violence going up. It's something that's like clockwork, and we can anticipate it. And we weren't sure if these numbers were going to hold, but we're happy to report that 2024 saw the smallest summer surge in gun violence victimization rates since 2018. Between May and August of 2024, gun violence victimization rates rose by only 25% nationally. In the previous 6 years, we saw the summer increase 41% on average. So even during these most difficult months, the community violence interruption workers, the stronger gun laws, the coordination, the working with children, the working with adults, working with reentry, all of this is working. Now, we know that passing stronger gun laws and increasing investments in prevention are working, but we need to hone our skills and learn more policy and learn more opportunity and hone our messaging so we can make sure that we double down on what's working and not let someone else control the narrative of what they think needs to be done. So we're going to hone our skills. We're going to talk about engaging with faith-led violence prevention work. We're going to learn from some all-stars who are doing great work at the state level and about how they build coalitions both at the local level and work with our national partners to make sure that we're passing stronger gun laws and more investments. We'll demystify some current hot topics that you may be hearing a lot about, but it's a chance to go deeper with true experts, such as implementing public health approaches to violence prevention. What does that really mean like in practice? How do you find those public health leaders? And what can and can they not do? And how do we get access to the data we need to make sure that our interventions are targeted? There's a lot of discussion about Office of Violence Prevention, something that Udzi just talked about. But there's a lot of confusion about, all right, we have these local OVPs, now we have a federal OVP, state OVPs are growing. How do these work together? What is their scope? Do they just do CVI work or what else can they do? And we're also going to talk about some fun topics like, can we use AI and technology to predict gun violence and then intervene before it happens? We'll also discuss some longstanding challenges to the movement that are not new to us, but we're going to take some fresh takes, thanks to our wonderful steering committee, who have helped us look about how do we talk about gun violence against women or creating safe learning environments in K-12 schools in a new way. Speaking of the steering committee, this is hosted at CAP, and we take a lot of pride in being good hosts, and hopefully you guys will have a wonderful 2 days. But this is not just our CAP conference. We call it a summit because we come here as equals, as a movement from all local, state, national levels. And we really had a steering committee that reflected all the great work and the national progress that's being made. So if everyone from the steering committee, if you could please stand up so we can give you a big round of applause for your volunteer work, we greatly appreciate it. So now I'm going to do a little housekeeping. First of all, you guys hopefully all have a wonderful packet. Just to quickly go through what's in there. You've got the pretty agenda. We'll kind of just tell you what the topics are and where to go for a quick cheat sheet. But then you can look at the more detailed agenda and you can see all the great speakers, their titles, and you can help kind of decide which breakout sessions you want to go to. I know it's always tough to choose. We have great people in every room. But as you're going through, just know that you're currently in the summit room. And then if you look at the back, that's what we're calling the orange room because it sounds better than conference room east. And we will have 15-minute breaks after we break out here so we can kind of put the walls together. And then if you want to go to the Chesapeake room, that's going to be on the second floor. So you'll just go up the stairs and it'll be the first room that you see there. You'll be welcomed by some of the wonderful CAP volunteers that are around the building. Those also, if you get a little lost, there we do have a little map. If you're looking for the restroom, all you have to do is go out the doors, take a left, take another left, and it's right there. So keeping everything nice and close. I know this can be a lot of information. People are sharing their stories of whether they're survivors or secondhand trauma from doing this work. If you just need a quiet moment, a quiet space, or you're very busy, you need to take a phone call, we do have a couple phone rooms, one out to the left, another one upstairs. And if you need a bit more quiet time, feel free to find a CAP employee who will find a quiet space in our building. Or if the weather is nice, there's a park nearby, and feel free to come and go as you need. One thing that is new for people that have been here maybe the past couple of years or 10 years, we have this thing called Charting the Future, Guiding Questions for 2025. It's not homework, but it is something that we ask that you think about over the next day and a half. It is an election year, but this is a nonpartisan event. But we won't be discussing candidates or who you should vote for. But we can't ignore that it's an election year. So we're doing a couple of unique things. And one of them is scenario planning. This is something that my team has been doing. One of the benefits of having this conference, outside of our normal December time and before the election, this is an opportunity for us to come together and be like, all right, how do there's a big unknown of happening in November. I'm not just talking about the presidential election, but again, governor's houses, state houses, control can flip very easily in states across the country, even city council races. And so it's time to start thinking about, what do I need to do now to prepare for next year? You know, what data might I lose? What champions might I lose? What new partnerships may I need to accomplish my goals? And so here's a chance for you to kind of take notes throughout the day as you hear things. And then tomorrow afternoon, after we have all these great ideas and exciting things we're excited about, we're going to come together as a movement and break off into small groups and really try to fit into an hour as much scenario planning for next year as possible. We're not going to accomplish everything, but hopefully it's a good start, and you'll go back to your organizations, your boards, your volunteers, and do something similar with them to help think about, all right, if things go one way, how aggressive can I be? If I need to play defense, what are the tactics? What are the policies? What kind of partnerships do I need? And so I'm very excited about that. We have a lot of steering committee members and other volunteers that are going to help us do that small breakout. But it'll be more successful if you all start thinking about your goals for next year now. Another thing we'll be discussing this year, in election year, is reducing the risk of political violence and armed extremism. It's hard to distinguish white supremacy from some of the armed extremism we see online and in our communities. But also, political violence is a huge risk this year. We've already seen multiple instances of this. And so we're going to have some great experts coming together that have dealt with this issue before, and we can start thinking about, how do we prepare our communities and bring down the temperature so that we can have peaceful elections and peaceful transition no matter the outcome. I'm also excited that we'll be ending with a discussion about, well, what opportunities and challenges some of the national leaders are seeing. When the largest national groups in our movement, what they have planned for next year, and specifically how they're going to collaborate with those of us in the room at the local and state level, that's going to mean a lot to our work. And so I think it's important that we have 4 leaders in the GVP movement who all happen to be dedicated and passionate women. We're going to have them kind of share what they're thinking about and how we can all collaborate to make sure that we're all successful together as a movement. I do want to encourage everyone to network, follow up with panelists, exchange information. Excited, we're going to have a happy hour later today, this evening, hosted by Giffords, to do that in a different space. But feel free to take advantage of our building, the lobby, the kitchens upstairs. Have those conversations, but please try and avoid having them right in front of these doors, so that way we don't disrupt the other panels. You will be shushed, and please don't take it personally. I also want to thank Faces Not Forgotten. If you look in the back of the room, we have 6 vision quilts that they were able to bring. Faces Not Forgotten, they find families who've lost young people to gun violence, and they learn their story and they match them with local artists to paint these beautiful portraits of gun violence victims. There's already, these are mostly quilts that are state-based. We have DC, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York in the back of the room. There's over 30 of these, and if you are interested in partnering with Faces Not Forgotten, there's more information that will be available, but they're always looking for partners. I am checking to see if our next speakers have arrived. Yeah, if you can just guys give us a few minutes, and then we'll get started with our next panel. Thank you. All right, everyone. If you can please take your seat, we're starting our next panel. All right, everyone, if you can please take your seats. It's my pleasure to introduce my friend Adam Garber, Ceasefire PA's Executive Director. Thank you. Thank you. It's a real honor to be with each of you today. Ceasefire PA is the Commonwealth's gun violence prevention advocacy organization. And like each of you, we work every day to ensure everyone can live a life free from gun violence, where they feel and they are safe. And I'm really honored to be able to introduce two Pennsylvanians who are tied together by geography and a simple reality. Gun violence is taking the lives of the loved ones we have in our communities, our brothers, our sisters, our parents, our families, and our friends. They've taken different paths towards solving this crisis, but through their common belief, they know we can create a world free from gun violence. 4 years ago, cities and states across the nation were at the beginning of a massive surge in gun violence, as we all know. In the end, Pennsylvania's gun death rate climbed to almost 2,000 lives lost a year and countless more injured. Our large cities like Philadelphia and Pittsburgh were inundated with shootings, overwhelming our ER centers and stealing the lives of our loved ones. But nowhere was spared in the state. Places like the Mon Valley to Reading to Lehigh Valley, our smaller cities, our urban centers, our coal country, and our old industrial areas were also targeted. And through that crisis, it was very worrisome. How would we get it under control? It's into that moment that the lieutenant governor became our lieutenant governor from being a state representative. And his commitment to ending gun violence started well before that. It started at a young age after a shooting in his neighborhood. He spoke at his first town hall after that, urging action. And then years afterwards, started a youth gun violence prevention program in his high school. He scaled it up into the first Office of Gun Violence Prevention at Allegheny County's Department of Health, and soon will be scaling it up again into the Office of Gun Violence Prevention in Pennsylvania. His understanding of community needs and the challenges of preventing violence have served him well now as the chair of the PA Commission on Crime and Delinquency, which has given out about $300 million now in violence prevention funding. That work has saved lives, and it's cut the gun violence across the Commonwealth to levels we haven't seen in almost a decade. That work is also informed by not just the money, but the strategy he and his team bring to the work. In response to communities who had multiple partners working to prevent gun violence, the PA Commission on Crime and Delinquency established the first ever collaborative grants to bring together quarterbacks at the community level, driving the work so that everyone in the community could be served. They became a model for state action by implementing a state version of the Resources of Victim of Gun Violence Act, introduced by Senator Bob Casey and Representative Evans at the federal level, modeling ways to make sure that we are supporting the victims of gun violence for the future. And he has shown up again and again in communities across the state. He is always willing to stand with survivors, to mourn with survivors, and to plot with survivors how we can save the next life. The results are clear. Gun violence is down 52% in Philadelphia and 44% in Pittsburgh. And we're not just back down to pre-pandemic levels, which I get asked a lot. We're back down to 2015 levels. And we're going to keep pushing until we get to a 30-year low in gun violence, saving as many lives in the Commonwealth as possible. Like the Lieutenant Governor, Brandon Short began his life in McKeesport. Brandon was an All-American and two-time captain of Penn State football team, which is a big deal in Pennsylvania if you know it. And Brandon has a 7-year career in the NFL with the New York Giants and Carolina Panthers. Following his NFL, maybe we have some North Carolinians, we have some Panther fans clearly in the room. We can have some football conversation later. He worked on Wall Street and at Goldman Sachs and now works in private equity. Catastrophically, Brandon was forced to work on gun violence prevention after the tragic loss of his daughter, Carly, to gun violence. He created the Carly Short Better Tomorrow Foundation, whose mission, as he told me this morning, is to ensure that people who want to go to college and who've been impacted by gun violence have the resources they need to attend and focus on their academics while they heal from the trauma. I'm going to let Brandon share more about his amazing work as he's in a conversation with the Lieutenant Governor. These two men have taken different paths in their lives, but they share a common vision and a common commitment that we can ensure every Pennsylvanian and every American can live free from gun violence and are working tirelessly to make it happen. Let's invite up two amazing Pennsylvanians, Brandon Short and Lieutenant Governor Davis.
Well, good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Well, first, it's great to be here with all of you this morning. First, I want to thank the Center for American Progress, and I want to thank my friend Brandon Short for taking some time to be with me this morning. You know, Adam talked a little bit about my story, and I got involved in this movement after an incident of gun violence came to my community, the city of McKeesport, that Brandon and I both grew up in. And if you're not familiar, it's a small steel town in southwestern Pennsylvania, right outside of the city of Pittsburgh. And addressing gun violence has been my #1 cause as a public official. When I served as a senior advisor in Allegheny County government, helping to start the first Office of Violence Prevention in the county health department, to as a state representative, helping create the first gun violence reduction initiative, and now as Lieutenant Governor chairing PCCD. And I know this is an issue that's near and dear to Brandon's heart. And so, Brandon, I'd love to just start by asking you to share a little bit about your personal story, your journey, and that of your daughter, Carly.
Yep. Thanks, Austin. Before I begin, I just want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to come here and share my story and talk about ways to address gun violence. It's no secret, gun violence is rampant across America, and it's going to need to be solved in the political arena, and which is why we need leaders that can empathize, that understand the challenges in the communities, and that really care. So, I want to start off by thanking you, Austin, for all the work that I've seen you do in our community and in the state. I also want to thank Representatives Kelly and Horsford for standing up and trying to push this initiative forward. And I want to thank the organizers of this event, because it's so important that we come together. But the most important, I want to thank all of you for giving your time, talent, and treasure, coming here to support this issue, because without staying together, we can accomplish this goal if we stick together. I've been fortunate to have a lot of success in sports and in business. I had a 7-year career in the NFL, worked on Wall Street at Goldman, moved to Dubai, moved to London, and now I'm a member of Penn State's Board of Trustees. If you hear that story, you would think that things came easy, but Austin can tell you that that's the furthest thing from the truth. In 2019, McKeesport was rated the 4th most dangerous place in the United States. I grew up in a housing project in McKeesport. My mom passed away when I was 2. I was raised by my grandmother. I have 2 older siblings. One is dealing with addiction, and the other is serving a life sentence for a gun-related homicide. In 2021, I began dealing with the most difficult tragedy I've ever had to face. The loss of my daughter Carly and her unborn child in a senseless act of gun violence. Carly was 5 months pregnant. The shooter was the father of her child, and I understand that the motive was that he didn't want her to have the baby. She was the light of my life. She was strong, courageous, and the type of person that would want to go out and help others. And it's important that we all come together and share our stories and think about ways that we can have a positive effect.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I've had the privilege to talk to gun violence survivors and family members who've lost loved ones, really all over Pennsylvania, but also all over America. And I'm always inspired by how many of them have gotten involved after that incident. They've started nonprofits and taken action in the wake of what is unimaginable loss. The strength and grace that they have all shown and that you and your wife have shown is truly humbling to all of us. So thank you for that. Just how did you get to where you are today and where you've been able to turn your pain into purpose?
I mean, it's an ongoing process. I mean, I guess the short answer is prayer, support from loved ones, and just taking like each day, one step at a time. When we first lost Carly, I felt anger, sadness, but above all, I felt helpless. Every time we turn on the television, we see a school shooting, we see a shooting at a synagogue, a supermarket, or another shooting in a place like McKeesport. I can see the suffering of those families and see their pain, and it opened up my own wounds. I wanted to reach out to them, and I wanted to try to help them in the same way that Carly would. I received an overwhelming outpouring of love and support, after we lost Carly, and it made me realize that I wasn't helpless, and that we all have the ability to make a positive impact if we can channel that energy into something positive. As a result, my wife and I formed the Carly Short Better Tomorrow Foundation. It is dedicated to providing scholarships to college students who have been affected by gun violence. But we also provide the mentorship and mental health support necessary through making it through that difficult time. Like, college is very difficult alone if you're a first generation college student, and giving that support is critical. We raised over $1 million, and we endowed 6 scholarships. So dealing with the fallout from gun violence is a journey and not a destination. And we all have a different journey. So not everyone will necessarily become an advocate, but what I want to implore is that you're not helpless. And if you choose to, you can most importantly help yourself, because you have to self-heal first, but then you can go out and use your platform to help others.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that response. But really, it's truly humbling to see the work that you've been able to do and how many lives you've been able to touch out of what was an unimaginable loss. And I can't wait to see the things that we're going to continue to do. As chairman of the Pennsylvania Commission on Crime and Delinquency, we provide funding for organizations that are on the front lines doing the work in our communities every day to prevent gun violence and to help young people make better choices in their lives. We also provide funding for victims of gun violence. And your organization, while it hasn't received any PCCD funding yet, is trying to help young people who have been impacted by gun violence. What's the one thing you wish policymakers or funders understood about the work that you're doing? And then also, what's working and what are some of the challenges that you think still exist out there?
Thanks, Austin. And my work at the foundation has taught me that there is an entire ecosystem out there around gun violence prevention and intervention programs that are critical to solving the problem. In order to address gun violence, we must address the root cause, and that leadership has to come from the communities.
But a big challenge is that a lot of these community-based organizations, they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the long-term funding to be sustainable. That's why the work that you're doing in the state of Pennsylvania and Representative Hortsford is doing is so important to support those organizations. Another point that I learned is that it's important to have a justice system that works equally for everyone. And that a lot of these police departments are underfunded in their communities. They don't have enough resources to solve the gun crimes, and they're not well trained, so they need funding for training. In McKeesport, like over the past few years, like 50% of the gun crimes, go unsolved. And in wealthier neighborhoods, that 95% of the gun crimes are solved. And this has a devastating effect on the psyche of a community. It makes them think that some crimes matter more than others. I spoke with the lead detective on Carly's case, and he said that most crimes are solvable, but we don't have the resources to solve the crime. And as the police, he said he's left with a terrible decision where cases are piling up on each other. Do I read through 1,000 pages of documents to try to solve this case? Or do I go out and arrest this person right now who's committed this crime? The sad part and the unfortunate part is that the public sector isn't the only sector that treats these crimes differently. When in order to solve Carly's case, we needed the phone records. There was a phone involved, we needed phone records. And the Allegheny County PD asked for the phone records. They said it would take 5 days to respond. 19 days passed, and we didn't hear anything back from the phone company. When I talked to the detective, he said the phone company responds at a slower rate from a poor or minority community. You could imagine my anger and frustration when I heard that. Now, for me personally, I was fortunate that I'm a former NFL player. I'm on Penn State's board. I had connections. I was able to press to provide more resources. And through the outstanding work of the Allegheny County Community Police Department, they solved the crime. That being said, I have one of my best friends from high school. His son was murdered 2 weeks after Carly. And he doesn't have the platform that I have. And his murder is unsolved. And that is just wrong. That is wrong. If we believed and people believed in the system and they voted, we can vote in people that would pass reasonable gun legislation. But how can you expect people to believe in the system when every day they see it's not working for them? So what we need to do is working on fixing that system so it works for everyone. That's why it's so important that the police departments, they solve these crimes. And they get resources to train and help lift up, because that's how we will get more people raising their voices and solve this problem.
Thank you for sharing that story. I was gonna prod you to talk a little bit about it, because I remember from many of our interactions. But it is truly sad that there is almost a two-tiered system in a lot of ways for folks who have resources and connections, and then the folks who are poor and lower income, who are most likely disproportionately going to be victims of crime. And so we all have a responsibility to work to correct that system. For a number of years, particularly during the pandemic, we saw gun violence statistics skyrocket. For us in Pennsylvania, we're finally starting to see those numbers go back down. But in some ways, that's probably it's a cold comfort for the people who've lost their loved ones due to this epidemic of gun violence. But I also think it's important for people to know that we can do something about it. How important do you think it is for people to have hope and to have a feeling of agency in this fight to reduce gun violence? And if you had an example of how somebody, a small way that somebody could get involved in this fight, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. Well, my time in NFL has taught me if you go into a game that you think you can't win, then you already lost. And we can and will win this fight. Hope is so important because hope leads to perseverance. But hope alone implies that you aren't certain that you're going to win. Well, Austin, you mentioned this to me. I am 100% certain that we're going to win because we're right on the argument.
That's right.
We have the argument right, and it may take time, but we're right that that reasonable gun control will reduce crimes. We're right that an assault weapons ban will reduce the amount of people getting killed in mass murders. We're right that community-based intervention, that these things work. These things work. And the hope, I am certain that we will win. We are sitting here standing on the shoulders of people that have come before us today. And whether we win this argument today, tomorrow, next year, 50 years from now, like the people 50 years from now won't be able to win this battle unless we continue to stand today. And in Austin, I have to commend you for all the work that you've done in the state of Pennsylvania. We see those statistics go down, but when we hear those statistics, those aren't just numbers. Like we're not celebrating that because it's not tangible, but those are people. That's less like people burying their loved ones. That's less like people going through trauma of having a school shooting, and that's because the crime rate is going down. So I know that this is hard work. I know that you sometimes you get dismayed, but that's a big win, and we should celebrate that. Let's clap. Let's celebrate.
Yeah. You know, and I have said this to policymakers in both Harrisburg and Washington. I really do. I fundamentally believe we are going to get common sense gun reform laws on the books. And the only question is how many people are going to have to die before members of Congress and members of the General Assembly act. And we have seen time and time again across this country that this epidemic it doesn't discriminate on color. It doesn't discriminate on socioeconomic background. It is something that we are all affected by. So we have to continue to raise our voices to push elected officials to do what they know is the right thing to do. Through your lived experiences from McKeesport to Penn State, then to New York and around the globe, you've traveled all over the world. And you've studied what other communities have done to curb not only gun violence, but violence in general. What are some of the best practices that you think we can learn from leaders in other cities that folks can take back to their communities to help them on this problem? Is there something that's working somewhere that you've seen that you like to replicate maybe across the country or in Pennsylvania that we could take somewhere else?
Yeah. Look, I recently moved back to the U.S. In 2021 after living abroad for 10 years, 4 years in Dubai and 6 years from London. And sometimes from afar, you can see things more clearly. And like living abroad has actually made me love America even more. America is the land of hope and opportunity, and it's a beacon where people come to try to live out their dreams. While we have our flaws, and one of them, a big one, is guns. There's upward mobility in America like no place in the world. It is difficult to see, gun crime continue to happen over and over again. When I moved to the United Kingdom, they have hunting. And they have guns, but they have very strict gun control laws. And in 2021, there were 35 gun-related homicides in all of the United Kingdom. And during that same year, there were 120 gun-related homicides per day in the United States. When I talk to people in the UK, they think that we're suffering from mass hysteria because the answer is very clear: tighter gun control laws. But no matter how much extremists try to gaslight us to tell us that we can't work and we won't be able to accomplish our goals, like we need to keep believing and pushing because it's happening. It's happening in other places around the world. That like living in fear is not normal. Like having active shooter drills at school is not normal. Having metal detectors in front of places that is not normal. Like pulling up with at a red light and looking at someone worrying that they're going to shoot you and kill you is not normal, and we should not accept it. I know that it's very difficult because we see it every day. We saw it this morning, and we see it every day we turn on, but we have to continue to fight. We have to continue to push forward and believe, because we are right on this argument.
Right. Thank you. And the final question that I have is, you've spent a lot of time on Wall Street and in business, and I think this is really going to be a problem that's going to take all of us coming together, from government leaders to nonprofit sector to business leaders. What do you think the private sector could do to play a larger role in taking on the epidemic of gun violence in our communities?
Well, I mean, they can give.
Yeah.
You can give your time, your talent, your treasure, but you have to figure out a way to give a part of yourself. And the very difficult thing about like bringing about change, and I guess that I'm partly guilty of this too. It doesn't become core to you until you are affected. When you feel it and you see it, you know that this problem is immense, and you see everyone facing it. But when it happens to you, it's too late to prevent it. So what we could do is, like, through the public sector, is raise money and raise awareness, figure out a way to tie it to individuals, to say that, look, this is not just an urban problem. No, this is a problem in rural areas. Your kids being shot in schools in rural areas, in Center County and in Allegheny County.
Suicide rates are skyrocketing, particularly in rural counties, and most of those suicides are by gun. So that's a great point. I want to thank you for engaging in this conversation with me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your advocacy and really turning your pain into purpose. I know we're going to continue to do great things in Pennsylvania, and hopefully we'll become a model for the rest of the country to follow. So thank you all for having us
Thanks
today.
a lot, guys.
Thank you so much to Lieutenant Governor Davis, a real champion in Pennsylvania, and Brandon Short. All right, now it's time for some breakouts. So we're going to have about a 15-minute break. But if you're interested in safeguarding democracy, about political violence and armed extremism, please come to the front of the room. If you're interested in policy solutions and coalition strategies to prevent gun violence against women, please head to the back of the room and leave a little space so we can put the divider up. And then, as LG Davis mentioned, victim compensation is a real important topic, but there's a lot of equity and access issues. And so if you want to go to the second floor to the Chesapeake room, you can learn about some new tools and policies around increasing access to victim compensation. We'll start again at 11:45 promptly. Thank you. Welcome to our first breakout session of the conference. You're here for safeguarding democracy, reducing the risk of political violence and armed extremism. We have a remarkable panel of experts here today, but I'm going to introduce our moderator, Kelly Sampson. In addition to being the Director of Racial Justice and Senior Counsel Brady, she was also one of our all-star steering committee members that really helped bring to light some new speakers that might not be as familiar to the movement, but have a lot to offer. So Kelly, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I know that this topic is hard and scary for many of us because it's not just something that's theoretical. It can affect our way of lives and our daily lives. So with all of that in mind, even though the topic is really hard, I think this panel is going to be amazing. So I'm going to introduce them in a second. But just to tee things up, we're talking about political violence and white supremacy and armed extremism. Those are terms that can mean many different things to many people. So with the caveat that sometimes it's unclear what people's motives are. One of the working definitions that we can use for this conversation of political violence comes from one of our panelists, Hardy Merriman, who at least said in one way we can think of it is, quote, "We classify violence as political violence by looking for a clear political motivation. We look at the goals of the perpetrator. When violent acts are done with the intent to send a political message or to achieve a political goal, such as keeping people from fully exercising their rights and engaging in society, these qualify as acts of political violence." And obviously, there's a lot of gray areas in there and questions about that, which we'll get into, but I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves, starting with you, Doug.
Oh,
sorry.
Introducing it.
Oh.
What was that? Hello, I'm Douglas Letter. I'm the Chief Legal Officer at Brady United. Hello. Testing. Chief Legal Officer at Brady United. I've been there getting close to 2 years now. A whole lot of my colleagues are here. I worked 40 years at the Justice Department doing a wide variety of things, mostly civil, a fair amount of criminal, a lot of national security, working with Mary. And then I spent a year teaching at Georgetown Law with Mary. And then served 4 years in the House of Representatives as the general counsel. I was basically Nancy Pelosi's lawyer for 4 years, and then came to Brady.
Thank you. Mary?
Well, you kind of got the gist of what I've been doing because I've been hanging out with Doug. I'm Mary McCord. I'm the Executive Director of the Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection, or ICAP, at Georgetown Law, and also a visiting professor there. ICAP, some of you familiar with our work. We do a lot of litigation involving civil rights and First Amendment, separation of powers. We co-counseled with Doug when he represented the House of Representatives in many different separation of powers litigations, including Trump v. Thompson. But we have this niche sort of expertise in anti-political violence and protection of democracy litigation, including suing private militias after Charlottesville and after George Floyd was murdered, successfully, I should say, and suing the fraudulent electors and Trump campaign attorneys in Wisconsin, successfully, I should say. So, and before that, I also spent a very long time. Oh, yeah, thank you. I spent a very long time, but not 40 years, at the Department of Justice. I was a prosecutor in the DC U.S. Attorney's Office for about 20 years. Then I was the principal deputy AAG and later the acting assistant attorney general for national security before leaving in 2017.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hardy Merriman. I'm the author of the community organizing guide, Harnessing Our Power to End Political Violence, or HOPE for short. HOPE is part of a broader effort to counter political violence in the US. It's organized by the Horizons Project, the 22nd Century Initiative, and other allies around the country. So that's one thing. And then independently and separate from that, I'm also president of the International Center on Nonviolent Conflict. For the last 2 decades, I've focused on countering authoritarianism around the world and supporting movements that are advancing rights, freedom, and justice. And part of what I tried to do in Harnessing Our Power to End Political Violence is take insights, both that I've learned from scholars as well as from activists around the world that are challenging authoritarianism and applying them to countering political violence in the US.
Thank you all. So they're amazing. So we're going to get into it. So we're sitting here and there have been 2 threats against the former president. And many people are saying that this is unprecedented, that we're entering an unprecedented era of political violence. So just to kind of contextualize and level set, do you think we're in an unprecedented era? Are we in a different era? Kind of, can you situate us in where we are historically? And that can be for anyone who wants to take that.
Well, I'll jump in. Obviously, both of the apparent assassination attempts are, heinous and awful, and it doesn't matter what political ideology motivates any effort to commit anything as violent as a homicide. But I would remove those right now from the broader discussion of political violence, because I do think we're in a new era, but political violence is not new in this country. I mean, this country, since its very founding, think of racial terrorism, racial lynchings, we've had political violence throughout our history. What's very different about this more modern era, I think, is we had a little bit more settled time period, I'd say, since, post civil rights movement and violence associated with that, leading up until the last, 8 years maybe. And now we've seen just a real, much more of an acceptance, I think, the polling shows, of Americans to the need, potentially the need for some sort of political violence in order to further whatever they believe to be the most, necessary to keep the country on the right track. However, even with that, and we're seeing it more, right? And one of the things we've all talked about when we talk about a definition of political violence, and I think it's really important for people to understand, is that we're not just talking about physical acts of violence or attempted murder like we saw with the assassination attempts. We're talking about an atmosphere of intimidation, threats, harassment that make people feel less comfortable or willing to actually participate in democratic processes, right? So that means intimidating people from voting or even registering to vote, intimidating election officials from doing their jobs, trying to pressure them to not certify elections or to certify them for someone who's not the winner, intimidating elected officials, sometimes pushing elected officials, county board members, school members, what have you, out of their positions in order to put in people with more extreme views. And so it's happening at so many different levels. And all of that makes people less involved in democracy, makes them, not go to their county board meeting to talk about the issues they want to talk about, because maybe they have to run the gauntlet of a bunch of armed militia guys standing outside the county board hall, right? It makes people not want to petition their state legislators because of their concerns about political violence. So that's a very unhealthy thing for us, and that, I think, is newer in this era. Also, I would say the rise of paramilitarism. I mentioned armed, militias outside various places, which we've seen more and more, because I think until really recent history, unless we go way back, right, way back in history, most of the militia activity was in standoffs against the federal government, and usually out west over land use. So that didn't affect most of us, right? It affected certain federal government agents and the militias. But now they're out getting involved in our politics. They're showing up at and not our politics, but our constitutional rights. They're showing up at rallies and protests and demonstrations and intimidating people, etc.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it looks like Doug wants to get.
Yeah, everybody should.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on what Mary was saying, and of course, I'm in complete agreement with what she said. But let's remember what country we live in. As Mary said, political violence has been part of the United States from its very beginning. Probably the best example is the Civil War. Hundreds of thousands of people died. But even beyond that, I'm going to just focus on my lifetime for a moment, which is longer than probably almost anybody in this room. Remember RFK and MLK, and I think George Wallace also were all shot roughly at the same time. But also, I grew up so as a teenager and a young adult, I was going to anti-Vietnam protests that were drawing hundreds of thousands of people, and the famous, 4 dead in Ohio, and the civil rights, same thing, civil rights movement. And where I was in Northern California, the the rise of the Chicano labor movement, et cetera. And I lived in this area when it was still segregated, and that was very violent, et cetera, all the lynchings that we had for decades. So yeah, this is terrible. I'm in total agreement with Mary, but I sort of feel like this is nothing. I mean, this is what this country does. This is what we're like. Sorry.
And thanks for all that context. I think it's really important. And Mary, you were pointing out when you were talking about the fact that political violence isn't just a federal issue. It shows up even in the, local school board. But I'm wondering, is it a bipartisan issue? How does it show up? Is it more from people on the right? Is it more from people on the left? Once again, anyone who wants to jump in on that, already looks like you want to go.
I'll go for it. It's very difficult to track exact stats on a lot of political violence. First of all, if you're going to include threats in your tracking, then many threats go unreported, number one. You can track threats that go to the level of federal prosecution, or the U.S. Capitol Police track threats, or the U.S. Marshal Service track threats that they deem, credible enough to investigate. But it's really tricky to say who's getting targeted decisively. But what the data that we have does indicate to me anyway, is that actually Republicans and Democrats are threatened both at fairly significant levels, which might seem surprising. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that there are Democratic constituents threatening Republicans and Republican constituents threatening Democrats. It could very well mean that there's a bunch of people in one particular constituency that are actually threatening people from both parties, right? But in terms of who this issue affects, there are people on the right and the left, both who have been threatened at significant levels. All members of Congress have been threatened. So in that regard, you could say it is bipartisan, or at least it has a bipartisan impact. When you look at who's carrying threats to the point of actually enacting physical political violence, particularly lethal physical political violence, recent years show it has been much more prevalent on the right, that right-leaning assailants have been much more likely to perpetrate lethal attacks that are designated as political violence than the left. So there is an indication that perhaps intensity or willingness to carry through has been higher on the right.
I just, again, want to pick up on what Hardy said. As I said, I was four years the general counsel of the House of Representatives. One of the things that I did was I would work very closely with the U.S. Capitol Police and the House Sergeant at Arms and the FBI and the Justice Department, involving specifically threats against members of Congress. That is new, the amount. It is unbelievable how awful the number of threats, the seriousness of them, et cetera, are. Obviously, the Speaker Pelosi got, I think, more than everyone else combined. But as Hardy said, on the right and the left, members were just being threatened constantly. Their employees were being threatened constantly. And one of the saddest things was to see a batch of very young, idealistic, brave people who were working for members of Congress, both here and in the districts. And these poor young people were subjected to the most terrifying and horrible harassment and threats, et cetera. And I don't know what can be done about it. I used to work very closely with the Justice Department, trying to help them figure out who to prosecute, because there are big questions about First Amendment rights and also resources. Was it worthwhile to prosecute certain people? And a lot of times, no. But it's so far out of control. It's amazing.
You teed it up perfectly when you talked about First Amendment rights, because that's a question, right? Like, what's the distinction between sort of a genuine, lawful exercise of your First Amendment rights and political violence? If we're talking about intimidation, like, how do you draw the line between someone just being sensitive and maybe they're intimidated by something lawful and something that crosses the line?
Yeah, so, this is, I think, one of the areas where we've just really developed kind of a mythology over the decades about the First and the Second Amendment, as though they almost are boundaryless. And the fact is, particularly with respect to the First Amendment, it's very broad, right? And it's one of the things that makes the US different than other countries is our free speech rights and our freedom to associate. However, it is not boundaryless. It does not protect violence. It does not protect incitement to imminent unlawful activity. And it does not protect things like voter intimidation. And in those cases of voter intimidation, even threats that are not threats of physical violence have been held by courts to be unprotected speech. So, for example, threats of other adverse consequences, criminal consequences, economic consequences, immigration consequences. For example, some of you may be familiar with the robocalls case coming out of, multiple jurisdictions, New York and elsewhere, where callers were targeting Black and brown populations with robocalls that basically said if you registered to vote, your information was going to be provided to the FBI for criminal review, to the INS for immigration review, to the CDC for mandatory vaccinations. I'm not kidding you. And to the IRS, right? And so that was challenged, and a court upheld that kind of threat, even of non-physical violence, was not protected by the First Amendment. So there are limitations here, particularly in the context of voter intimidation, limitations on your right to speech. But I do think that our law, our jurisprudence has not caught up with the ability through use of internet and social media to have threats go to such a broad audience, including threats made by people in positions of power who have huge social media followings, go to such a broad audience. And we've seen demonstrated time and time again that, those people with that broad audience, someone in that audience does take action. Sometimes it's nonviolent action. Sometimes it's very violent action, right? And the Supreme Court's jurisprudence on this imminent incitement to imminent violence hasn't caught up with how do you apply that in the world of the internet. That case is from 1969. We didn't even have a 24/7 cable news back then, right? It was just, everything was so much different. So that's one of the issues, but people are hiding behind the First Amendment to engage in their bad behavior, just like they hide behind the Second Amendment.
That's a perfect point. And it looks like Hardy wants to jump in.
Yeah, thanks. There's a lot of things you can say that are highly threatening and highly damaging to an individual's life and to our democracy that are protected by the First Amendment. And so a lot of threats aren't prosecuted, right? To give a sense of the magnitude, the US Capitol Police, they report threats every year that they've investigated. 2016 to about 2021, it crested in 2021. And now it's baselining, but still at about double where it was in 2016. In 2022, the US Capitol Police received 7,501 threats that they investigated. Only 46 were actually federally prosecuted. That's 0.6% of threats received by members of Congress. This is according to a study done by CNN, or an investigation done by CNN. It means 99.4% of threats to members of Congress in 2022 were not federally prosecuted. So now if political violence is used to achieve political goals, right? It's aiming to intimidate, it's aiming to drive people out of public office, it's aiming to prevent people from entering public service, it's aiming to influence the media, the judiciary, the justice process, like all aspects, all the pillars we depend on, it aims to undermine those. And there are people who understand that from a cost-benefit perspective, making a threat, if they know the law, they can do enormous damage, they can achieve their goals and operate with legal impunity, and it's a huge problem. So it's incredibly important that we have top-down efforts from justice, from social media companies, that we continue to advocate. It's critically important. And at the same time, since threats seem like this sort of criminal-like behavior, even if technically many of them are legal, we as Americans tend to think, okay, that's something just for the government to solve, but the government can't solve it. They're not going to be able to arrest their way out of the threats problem. And we can, one last point, if I may, so in terms of incidents of physical political violence in the United States, depending on how you define political violence, the incidence of physical political violence that actually physically harm people through injuries is still relatively low for a country of 330 million. Again, if you define the term broadly, you can say it's higher, but in general, there's sort of a consensus that we don't have a ton of threats converting to physical assaults on people for their political activities or political views. But you don't need that many assaults to make the threats seem credible. And we definitely have an epidemic of threats. And that's where I think, again, the law needs to catch up with it, but we also need ordinary people, communities, and Americans around the country to also get involved in pushing back.
Very, very quickly. I personally got to witness political violence. I was on the House floor on January 6th, part of the time with the speaker. But to pick up on what Hardy said a moment ago, it's gotten so bad that one of the worst political violence attacks, aside from January 6th, was Paul Pelosi. You know, the speaker's husband was attacked in their house in San Francisco, which was under police protection. And the attacker was saying, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" It was not, you know, some robbery trying to, or there was nothing that Paul Pelosi had done. He, you know, largely runs a winery these days. I don't think it was anything that that horrible thing he had perpetrated. And where's Nancy? Which was the same thing the January 6th insurrectionists were chanting. And just one other very quick thing, pick up on what Mary said, you know, the First Amendment, and how it can sometimes get in the way. I worked for, I was Eric Holder's senior counselor for a year, and traveled with him to meet with his counterparts with the Five Eyes, Britain, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And one time we were in Britain meeting with a group there, and the British Attorney General was talking to Holder and me, and he said something about, you know, you really need what I can do. And we said, well, what can you do? He said, I can issue an order that the press shall not report on a particular thing. And we were just, you what? And we thought he was joking, and he wasn't. I never looked into it, but I have to tell you that Holder turned to me and said, we got to get that.
And that's telling, both from the First Amendment perspective, but then also you kind of previewed it, Mary, talking about also the Second Amendment. And, you know, could you talk a little bit about how that also plays into political violence, and how the law does or does not keep up with where we are today?
Sure. You know, I mean, some of you maybe have heard occasionally in extremist ecosystems, you know, I've got my Second Amendment to protect my First Amendment. And, you know, that is not exactly what the framers had in mind when they when they passed the Second Amendment. It doesn't the Second Amendment. Yeah, well, that's for sure. So what we're seeing, though, again, is a mythology about what this amendment means. And that's, you know, a lot of the work that ICAP has done, or part of the work, has been involved in trying to correct the actual history on paramilitary activity, because it is one thing that now the Supreme Court has held since 2008 in Heller that the Second Amendment protects an individual right to bear arms for self-defense. That, you know, we can argue, we can have a whole nother session about why that was wrong, but that's the law. But that is a very different thing from saying you get to form your own private army and stand up against anything you don't like. You don't like what the government's doing? Okay, get your own private army. You don't like what your activist community is doing? Okay, get your own private army. That doesn't go there at all. And but yet, you know, you would listen to militia leaders talk, and they'll say, oh, we were part, you know, pre-founding, the whole point of having the Second Amendment was so that people could form their own paramilitaries as a bulwark against a tyrannical central government. But that is ahistorical, atextual, and it is not what the Supreme Court has said the Second Amendment protects. And just really quickly on this, you know, even before the founding, yes, militias were what were used to protect the colonies, but the Militia Acts always made sure well-regulated meant regulated by the governor. And so you could call on the militia, which was defined as all able-bodied, I was going to say people, but it was men, able-bodied men between certain ages. So they were sexist and ageist, between certain ages that could be called forth by the governor in defense of the colony. And when so called forth, guess who they reported to? The governor. That was baked into the Second Amendment with well-regulated. Congress was given under Article 1 the power to provide for the calling forth and the organizing and disciplining of the militia. They did so through a series of militia acts beginning in 1792 that led to our modern National Guard system. The militia is the National Guard. That is what the militia is, right? It is not all these private organizations that call themselves the Bedford County Militia or the Pennsylvania Lightfoot Militia or the Oath Keepers or whatever. And in fact, the Supreme Court in 1886 upheld an anti-militia law that still exists on the books of 29 states to this day that prohibited private individuals from assembling together as military units or military companies or parading or drilling in public with firearms. And the Supreme Court said back then, it's without question that states must be able to prevent this kind of private paramilitary activity in order to protect the public health, the safety, and good order. That has always been good law. That even in Heller, Justice Scalia reiterated that holding from 1886, a case called Presser v. Illinois, and said no one even advocating for the individual right to bear arms had suggested that it applied to something to protect paramilitary organizations. And the Bruin case doesn't do anything with that. Every state prohibits them. They're not authorized under federal or state law, yet we're seeing more and more of this. And this is the kind of thing that also serves to intimidate people.
And I think you kind of teed up kind of where we're want to talk a little bit about this interplay between political extremism and often, not always, racism, sexism, xenophobia, all the isms. And we know that because political extremism is not necessarily from one party or the other, that it's not an exact overlap between people who have extremist views and people who are engaged in white supremacy. But oftentimes we see white supremacy, Second Amendment extremism, and political violence traveling together. And I'm wondering if you all could give some insight into why is there such a tight overlap oftentimes between people who think that the Second Amendment is about overthrowing the government and people who are engaged in white supremacy and political violence?
I'll take that one. The way I understand political violence is that basically it's a way to short circuit the democratic process, right? In democracy, we have a big, broad, and diverse country. We have lots of differences, and we resolve those differences through institutions where there are fair rules applied. If you win, great, your victory is not permanent. And if you lose, you get another shot, and no loss is predetermined. You may win next time. And that we accept that. Political violence basically says, let's just go around institutions. It's an attempt by a fairly small minority of the population at any given time to abandon those rules. So traditionally, when people of color or women or others or laborers or people from LGBTQI are rising in terms of the attention they're getting, in terms of their demands, justified demands for equal protection and rights under the Constitution, for various forms of social recognition that are merited and deemed and totally appropriate, people say, you know what, let's try to circumvent democracy and try to find another way to take power and silence them. Right? I mean, it's about trying to silence people's rights. It's about all of us have rights in this room. They're all equal. And some people saying, you know what, if you use your rights, we're going to threaten you. You're going to have to be afraid. And it's sort of as simple as that. And the effects, it's very clear. Statistically, we know that women are more likely to be threatened by political violence than men. We know that people of color are more likely to be threatened by political violence than men. I haven't seen specific data on LGBTQI candidates, but I would venture to guess, based on rise in hate crimes and other forms of assault, that they are more likely to be threatened by political violence than heterosexual candidates or public servants. We also know that anyone, actually, though, it's not just that. We know that anyone who has heightened media visibility, regardless of their race or gender, are also more likely to be targeted, too. And that's where we are right now. And part of the risk we run is that because political violence is so damaging and stressful for individuals, we run the risk, if this continues, of having a more white and male candidate pool in this country. Because if political violence, already white men are overrepresented in our political system, proportion to their population. If political violence succeeds in targeting certain groups and driving them out of choosing to enter public service or running for re-election or taking a promotion or all the different ways we can serve in our government, you're going to have a much more homogeneous and less representative candidate sample.
Kelly, I think, you raised a very interesting question about, why is there this tie, at least in our current situation? And I think it would be really interesting. I don't think I've seen a study on how does this square with political violence throughout American history. As I mentioned, my own youth, I remember much of the violence was from groups like the Weather Underground, the Black Panthers. May have been completely valid. I'm not making any judgment. But I think in the 1960s, much of the, again, setting aside, which is hard to do, all of the violence that supported Jim Crow throughout the South, but in large parts of the United States, as I say, it tended to be not so much right-wing groups who were engaging in violence. So it'd be very interesting to see whether throughout American history, how that ties together. Just a couple of other points. I have to say, Mary talked about it. I was just stunned, and I sort of blame Justice Scalia, blame him for a lot of things, but in Heller, he actually says the Second Amendment was for two things, as Mary talked about, and one of them was so that you could be armed in order to fight against the tyranny of the central government. And he made it seem like, even though, as Mary says, he upheld the militia clause, he made it seem like this was a continuing valid part of the Second Amendment. In Bruin, then, when Scalia is no longer with us, Justice Thomas nowhere mentions this, not anywhere. And I think that's fascinating. Was that a rejection? Did the other members of the court say, oh, yeah, was that weird? Let's not mention that and hope that people forget about it. But it's right there in the original Heller opinion. And the last point, I just wanted to note, Mary, I'm sure you remember when we were litigating against the right-wing armed militias in the Charlottesville case. Remember, there was that left-wing.
We had a left-wing militia on the other side of the V as well.
That Mary and I talked to their attorney, who was quite committed to the cause quite a bit, and it was fascinating to me that in many ways it was a big circle, because I'll let you take over.
But this is part of the issue, right? Like, as Hardy indicated, the lethality is coming from one side. But if that goes unaddressed long enough, I mean, the other side doesn't just sit by quietly. And we've seen more emerging left wing. There's still not nearly as many, but leftist armed groups. And we've seen isolated acts of violence. And I think that's one reason why this is such an important topic, because at some point it would end up on both sides.
Yeah, if I can add to what you said, Mary, too. So we have some recent polling data on this, which is really quite something. So if you ask Democrats, Republicans, and independents about their support for political violence, you will find vast majorities across Democrats, independents, Republicans saying they reject it.
Yes.
Right? By some surveys, upwards of 80%, which is fantastic. Now, if you say, if someone from the opposing party uses political violence first, is your party justified? Is there some justification potentially for using political violence back? The numbers shift dramatically. And, recent data, I think it was from Liliana Mason and Nathan Kelmo, showed that close to 60% said of Democrats and Republicans, I think it was 58% Democrats, 60% Republicans, said, yes, it may be justified to use basically retaliatory or counter violence. So what's really interesting here is you have all these folks who say, I don't support it, but I might support it if the other side supports it. Now, if you're a political entrepreneur or candidate in this situation and you want to really, drive fear in your base, convince them that the other side wants to use violence against them, and you will lower their threshold for considering violence too. And I think that's a really concerning dynamic that we have to contend with. And I think if we want to take a strengths-based perspective, we can say, wait a minute, if we get people feeling safe enough, the vast majority of Americans reject this. And so part of what we need to do consistently is message our own commitment to remaining nonviolent, to try to lower the temperature or the arms race mentality on the other side.
One more very quick point.
Oh yeah, I've got another one too. It's like, oh my gosh, no, go ahead.
Mary
Okay.
Linda.
All right, sorry. Because this made me think of so much new data that's out there. And to your point, what has happened, I think this is often through, again, positions in people of power and social media, et cetera, and having a bully pulpit, making the other side seem like they're evil, right? It's not just like we have political disagreements or policy disagreements, and we can resolve those at the ballots box. It's that the other side are bad people, evil people. So I think that starts to drive those high numbers. But there's some new and actually encouraging data out. Dr. Garen Wintemute out from UC Davis has been doing regular polling about this, and he comes from a sort of public health perspective and an anti-gun violence perspective. And his new polling has shown that high numbers will say it may be just sometimes political violence may be justified, but also high numbers will say they could be dissuaded if a family member or a colleague or someone in their lives were to suggest against these things. And that just seems like an opening there, right? To your point of more people need to condemn and be upfront about that. The other thing that other research by people doing focus groups has been showing, and even some of the polling, Liliana's and Nathan's and others, is when you ask that broad question about political violence ever being justified, you get high numbers. But then when you put like concrete facts around it, like give an actual fact apart, a factual scenario. If X happened, you would be justified in shooting somebody? Then the numbers also plummet. No, I wouldn't do that. So I think part of the problem is we think it's more accepted than it really is because of these high numbers that get lots of play. 1 out of 3 people think political violence is justified, and we think, oh my God. But then, when you really get down to it, it's a lesser number. And so that's what has to be elevated.
Just wanted to note at Brady, one of the things that we're doing with my colleagues, Haley Moniz and Shira Feldman, we've been filing briefs arguing about the Second Amendment does not override the First. The way to put it, I guess, is, hey, the First Amendment is first. So it's twice as powerful as the Second Amendment. And so we've been filing briefs saying there's no way that the Second Amendment trumps the First. And so if there are weapons that frighten people at polling places and political rallies and town meetings, et cetera, the Second Amendment cannot be allowed to override the First.
And we're almost at time to get to audience questions. So you will kind of open the door talking about maybe we can stop this if we condemn. And when we had our pre-call, I was so excited because this topic is really heavy and hard. And one of the things that you've done, Hardy, is in your research is talk about the role that community can play in reducing violence. And so I'm sure the audience could probably use, some hope. So I wonder if you could share kind of some of what you learned about how community can really reduce it.
Sure, thank you. I mean, it's challenging to answer this question briefly, but I'll do my best. So one way to think about political violence is to see it as an ecosystem, right? So we have not just the people who may actually physically enact physical violence. We have a whole population of threat makers who seem to have no intention actually of doing that, but are still issuing the threats. And then more broadly, we have inciters. And it helps, first of all, just to disaggregate who's doing this. And the insiders are generally profiting the most from this. They're building a political following, they're benefiting economically. And yet every time there is a threat or an incident that reaches the news, they can distance themselves from it because we've seen it a million times. I didn't talk to that person. I don't think what they did is okay. And yet they're profiting from the same dynamic that they then later denounce, right? So if we want to take sort of a rational actor view here, insiders have a real rational calculus. They're benefiting from this politically, economically, and socially. Maybe their party's benefiting too. And because they're rational, we can start thinking about how to deter that. Threat makers also have some rationale. It could be similar to the political calculation of insiders, or it could be a little bit more about sort of psychologically feeling strong and powerful. Those who actually enact physical political violence, I'm not advocating the communities confront them. I think that is a state problem to solve, but there's other actors that we can actually affect as communities, and this is a really important insight. So when we think about this, again, the cost-benefit analysis, there's a bunch of people saying, I get much greater benefit off of incitement and threat making than I pay on a cost. How do we change that? We have to change the cost benefit analysis. And there's two ways we can do it. One, when an individual or entity gets threatened, we can rally to their side. Critically, political candidates, if they get more threats, that can be turned into backfire where they get more volunteers, more positive publicity, more donations. It's just like a very simple example. The other way, of course, would be to raise the cost of those who are inciting and making threats, right? Trying to induce economic or social penalties on them, boycotts, strikes, other ways of actually making it less effective for them. There's a whole methodology, actually, and this is where the international human rights work comes in, where actually, like, what we see around the world is that there's basically 5 strategies that perpetrators of abuse tend to use to try to inhibit outrage and reduce the risk that their abuse backfires. I won't go through all of them now, they're in the guide. But there's also 5 counter strategies that communities and organizations can leverage to try to make sure abuse backfires, to raise the cost on the abusers, and to support victims and people who are targeted by actually making them stronger. So this is something that we as people around this country can do. There are actually cases of people doing it. I'll give a particular interesting example. There's an example, actually, there's several. I'll focus on, say, Kalispell, Montana. And so Kalispell, Montana received sort of heightened media attention because it was supposedly an area where there was more far-right, white nationalist activity around 2016 and 2017. This is a town that depends in part on tourism. It's not good for tourism when you have that kind of publicity. There also were started to be harassment against some businesses where you had hate groups or extremists that were starting to, put all kinds of bad reviews on Yelp about them. And then also, basically trying to sort of continue to intimidate folks. So what did the community do? There was a group called Love Lives Here Montana that established itself. They started organizing actions around being a welcoming community, emphasizing the other side of their community. They had businesses start to put stickers and signs saying that they welcomed everyone of all races, of all ethnicities, of all religions. When businesses were targeted, there's one small business owner in particular who was targeted where people said, we're going to actually buy more from this person as a result of your threats. She did more business in a month than she would do in a year, for example. And then there was a call, actually, by far-right groups to do a march on Martin Luther King Day of supposedly armed groups that were going to come to this small town in Montana. And you had groups from all over rally. Again, not just countering them, but also organizing sort of actions of welcome, actions of community service, actions of people working together who were different, showing we can coexist. And when the armed group, when Martin Luther King Day actually came in 2017, there was supposed to be this big march. The marchers didn't even show up. The community was incredibly organized. That kind of stuff can happen. There are other examples where it has. And and I'll stop in a second, as a community of Americans, we have enormous power. Political violence aims to get us to forget that. It's trying to get us to despair and to worry too much. We have enormous power to push back, and it starts with our social bonds, our commitment to actually countering it. And yeah, there's many efforts that you can tap into. The guide that I wrote is just one of them.
I just wanted to make one point. As Brady, as you know, often say, which is we can feel good about at least one thing, which is gun violence prevention measures actually work. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the best examples of that is January 6th. As I mentioned, I was there. I was stunned at the end of the day that almost nobody had been killed. And one of the main reasons for that, we know this to be true, is that because DC had very strong restrictions on firearms. So we know from the January 6th committee that I worked very closely with, we found out from surveillance, et cetera, that the groups that were coming here, the absolutely horrible anti-democratic groups, they stayed in hotels and motels in Virginia primarily, because Virginia at that time did not have laws that were as good. And they left their heavy weaponry over there. So think about if those people who had been attacking the Capitol had had easy access to assault weapons, etc. It would have been a bloodbath, quite clearly, and it wasn't. It wasn't in part because of the discipline of the U.S. Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police, DC Metropolitan Police. Amazing group of heroes. But one of the main reasons is because those people could not quickly, those people meaning the insurrectionists, could not quickly rush back to their hotels. Some of them are, just a couple of blocks from the Capitol. So they would have, if they would have had time to do it, but for the fact that they were afraid of DC's laws. And so I feel really, really good about that and hoping that that more of that can make a difference.
So if I could just say one thing, really appreciated the point that just made, don't want to distract from it, but I made one error in my previous comment. I talked about Kalispell, Montana. I meant Whitefish, Montana, for those keeping track. Thank you.
Thanks. And now we have time to take some, audience questions. So, Devin.
Hello, I was quick on that one. My name is Devin Hughes of GVpedia. And to kind of preface this, I went to the NRA convention in, it was April or May, for research purposes. Don't have to worry about that. And while touring there, I was kind of shocked by the amount of militia-based marketing, even by major gun companies, where you had people in helmets, AR-15 style, full tactical vests and such, and clearly not military. And these were major companies like Sig Sauer and such. And even at one of the booths that I went to that was selling fragmentation rounds, which is a bullet that's designed once it goes into somebody to split apart and fragment. The salesperson for that told me, quote, that it was good for high stress environments like an inner city or a courthouse. And then there was a poll of NRA members that emerged afterwards by one of the ammunition companies there. 75% said that they were expecting political violence after the election. 70% were stockpiling ammunition for the election, and 39% thought there'd be an American Revolution in the next couple years. And now this is again an NRA convention, but even if you take 39% of NRA members, that's still millions there. And there's plenty of gun owners out there who see the NRA as a bunch of weak liberals sort of thing and are even more extreme. And what I'm concerned about there is it doesn't take millions, but just one, like in my home city of Oklahoma City, Timothy McVeigh, who Turner Diaries, insurrection, and even with Wayne LaPierre's Jack Booth's comment, committed a heinous act. And so while I'm heartened that majorities don't endorse political violence, I am concerned about it only takes one or two, and how can we help counter that?
Well, I'll take that just because of my long time as a prosecutor and in national security. It's the lone actor who's not really lone in the sense that they've completely been motivated and incited by others, but actually commit their act of violence by themselves and not in a conspiracy with somebody else. Those are the hardest, right? I mean, our law enforcement can use lawful methods and research, and private researchers can convey information to law enforcement, about trends and developments and groups that are becoming extreme and the rhetoric they're using and how they might be trying to mobilize. And those things are, readily thwarted actually. And also a lot of group activity, they're kind of like individual threateners. They want to try to go right up to the line, but then not cross it. Like they'll be out there with their guns, but not actually engage in a paramilitary maneuver or something to avoid violating law. But it's those lone actors who are taking in all of the false narratives out there that are driving political violence, and then they use that for justification to take an action. And you see that time and time again. And I'll see if Hardy's got any good ideas, but this has been the challenge with counterterrorism, including foreign terrorist group influence counterterrorism here, right? The FBI has done a really good job, I think, historically in thwarting sort of big plans that involve multiple actors, but the lone actor plans are much more difficult to thwart. And I will say there is research that supports that before an act of violence, like some of them we've been talking about, there are usually people within that person's orbit, family members, friends, even sometimes faith leaders or social workers or teachers or coaches who are thinking something is off about this person. This person is talking increasingly about violence. This person's talking about acquiring a weapon or some of this types of ammunition you've been talking about. They're talking about, people who they're targeting for their evil. Like those are all things that are not enough to spell out a crime, but things that should be getting elevated. And I think in research that the FBI did or other researchers did, talking to people who've been convicted of terrorism crimes and talking to their families, there was almost in over 70% of the cases, there was a bystander who had a real suspicion that this person might be about to commit an act of violence. And so that's one place where I think nobody wants to like turn in their brother, right? And have the feds come after them, right? That's the problem. But are there ways to do this and elevate threats in a way that is not, that people will feel more comfortable doing?
I just want to say I helped prosecute Timothy McVeigh. So anyway.
Oh, I was just going to say, sorry, and then I'll get to you, but depending on the jurisdiction, you might have an extreme risk protection order might be one way.
True. Exactly. Yes.
So as a Jew who gets swastikas about every 6 weeks because of the work I do, I hear what you're saying. But I want to ask, I have anti-terrorism people in my family. How would you define the difference between political violence and an actual domestic terrorism situation? Because to me, if terrorism is an act of violence intended to cause a political outcome, isn't this intimidation and violence with intent to create a political outcome? And therefore, is political violence not domestic terrorism?
So I do think it is a subcategory of domestic terrorism. But when I think of domestic terrorism, I think probably because of my history at the Department of Justice, I tie it to our US Code definition, which does not itself create a crime of domestic terrorism, but it does create a definition, which is an act of violence that is unlawful under state or federal law, done to intimidate or coerce the civilian population or affect the policy of government through intimidation or coercion. And usually that's referring to, although threats can be in violation of state and federal law, but it's usually referring to, and the government really only prosecutes cases that involve, more physical acts of violence than just threats. Now, I said only prosecutes, even after I just told you that's only a definition and not an offense. And that's because for at least the federal government to prosecute, it has to then fit into an actual offense. And so there are all kinds of terrorism offenses that apply to things like using a radiological device or a nuclear device or a biological device or a weapon of mass destruction, or supporting a foreign terrorist organization or harboring foreign terrorists. But there is no federal offense that criminalizes as terrorism using a gun to commit an act of violence with the intent to intimidate or coerce the civilian population or affect the policy of government through intimidation or coercion. So it is a gap in our federal laws. It does not mean it's legal to use a gun. It could be state law murder or state law aggravated assault, but it's not going to be a federal crime of terrorism. And so when I think about terrorism, I'm thinking of it under our US code. And I think that political violence certainly can rise to that level when there's that act of violence to intimidate or coerce. But I think there's also lesser forms of political violence that are as insidious to and damaging to our democracy than the act of violence that we talked about. So we have to, but it's certainly a subset in my view.
I will not comment on the legal aspects of this, but I want to highlight one aspect of what you said, which is the amount of fear that political violence aims to spread. which of course is not incidental, it's completely intentional. It's part of why people use it. Every act of political violence has two targets, the individual or group that actually is targeted, and then the rest of us. And actually, I would argue the primary audience is
Population.
more often than not the rest of us. So in a weird sense, I'm careful about using the word victim, but in a weird sense, there are people who would love to victimize all of us through their violence. We've all been affected. We are all affected by it. Anyone in this room who has felt afraid to put out a political yard sign, speak their voice freely and fully, wear a certain kind of t-shirt, or engage in various other acts that are part of our deliberative democracy that are constitutionally protected because you were afraid of threats or political violence against you, that is exactly what they intend. That is their game. And so it's important to really recognize, yes, like the spreading of fear is part of it. And there's a very big there's a very big us here of people, I think, who have had it and are fed up with this. And again, it's part of a question is coming together and now doing something about it.
We have time for one more.
I was just curious if there's been any learning curve with the prosecutions from the January 6th insurrectionists that can help improve the process in the upcoming election and to prepare for.
I mean, I think the government has done an incredible job, frankly, in dedicating so many resources to not only identifying people who were responsible for and participated in the violence on the Capitol, and have, brought charges. And, we're, I think, over 1,500 now, and they have almost entirely been successful prosecutions, even through trials and guilty pleas. I think the government appropriately used seditious conspiracy in the limited times that it used it against the organized militia groups. But, we right now have a major presidential candidate dangling pardons for all of the people who have been charged and convicted. And that's really dangerous to, what is the message that is sending? I don't have to tell this group. And so honestly, one of the lessons, from that I'm worried about, I don't know if it's a lesson, but I think the prosecutions have, proceeded the way we would expect. And I think we should expect in a country that's governed by the rule of law still. But I'm very worried about the future with the potential for pardons, and also combining that with the Supreme Court's immunity decision that really gives an unbelievably expansive immunity to a president for things that he can direct his executive branch to do that might be unlawful. You put those things together, and I do think almost anybody who wants to be president and almost anybody who works in the executive branch does believe in the rule of law, but it does not take, it only takes one. And when you have a one, you have the potential for others to see that and become, I'm not trying to be hyperbolic here, but gradually move toward more of a long-term authoritarian state. And that's more Hardy's bailiwick than mine.
I just wanted to, I agree with everything Mary said, but I also think we need to give a shout out to the federal judiciary here in DC. The federal district judges, but also Court of Appeals judges have been amazing. And by the way, they get threatened all the time too. They have been working way overtime in trying these cases and keeping them under control, not allowing them to become circuses, et cetera. And I think across the spectrum, I know for sure some of the judges were appointed by Trump, others by any number of other presidents, but even the ones appointed by Trump have been extremely aggressive in protecting the rule of law in those cases. And one of my jobs as a House General Counsel was assisting with the investigations and the prosecutions. And again, the federal judicial, along with a heroic corps from the Justice Department, but the federal judiciary really has stepped up in those cases.
Questions. So I'm Arnita Holloman, Director of Gun Violence Prevention on the
team here at CAP. Kelly, Doug, Mary, Hardy, thank you so much for this conversation. I know we could have gone much longer. There were many more questions. I had many of my own, but didn't want to, step in front of anyone. However, it's lunchtime. So I get to be the bearer of good news. So you can step out in the lobby there, grab your lunch, and then the second round of breakouts will start at 1:30. Thank you.
And like the feeling that their students had like driven in from like other parts of like the state too, or kind of made this like a pilgrimage.
Yeah.
That vibe was very. It sounds like chocolate, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like the vibes have been great.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
Oh, and there's even more water.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you made some new friends and reconnected some old during lunch, and we'll have many more opportunities for that. You guys know me from speaking a lot today, Nick Wilson, so I won't belabor the point, but I'm very excited to be moderating this panel. Such an important topic and some real all-stars on here. Just to frame us, a common topic of parents is whether or not their kids should have smartphones. I'm sure you've heard those a lot. I get asked those questions sometimes, specifically social media. We've learned that online activity can fuel offline gun violence, whether this takes the form of social media's influence on teen suicide, school shooters being radicalized online, groups involved youth posting threats or petty disputes that start online spilling over into community violence. But the internet and social media can also provide an important sense of community and belonging. For example, amongst LGBTQ youth, looking for peer support and community connectedness, ways to de-escalate conflict so it doesn't spill out into the real world, and ways to provide resources and tools to educate people about risks. We have 3 wonderful panelists here to talk about this over the next hour. So I'm going to start by having each one of them briefly introduce themselves. Dr. Patton?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Desmond Patton. I am the Brian and Randy Schwartz University Professor at the University of Pennsylvania. I have appointments in social policy, communications, and psychiatry. For over a decade, I have run the SAFE Lab, which is a research lab at Penn that examines the role and impact of social media on gun violence. And in 2013, I wrote the first paper that defines this issue of internet banging or cyber banging.
Hey everyone, Brandon Wolf. My pronouns are he, him, and I serve as National Press Secretary at the Human Rights Campaign just down the street. I was brought to the work of gun violence prevention like so many other people after experiencing gun violence myself. I went with a few friends on June 12th of 2016 to Pulse nightclub in Orlando, which at the time became the deadliest mass shooting in American history. I unfortunately lost some of those who were very close to me. And felt galvanized almost overnight into wanting to make the world a better place. I do not consider myself an influencer, but sometimes I will tweet things. So I'm excited about the conversation, specifically about how we build communities online.
Hi, y'all. I'm Malavika. I am the Digital and Organizing Associate at Project Unloaded, which is a nonprofit that works to help Gen Z choose to live in a future without guns. I am also a content creator and a writer, and I write for Queer Gen Z on and offline, and I am just really lucky and happy to be here.
Thank you. Well, let's get started with the questions. Desmond, very lucky to have you here. You are truly a world-renowned expert on this issue as a social worker, technologist, social scientist who actually works with marginalized communities to impact change. So I'm going to ask you a tough question, but I know you're ready for it. How does social media contribute to gun violence, especially among youth?
Well, starting with the easy questions this afternoon. So I want to back up a little bit and kind of tell you a little bit more about how I got involved in this work and kind of what I've learned from young people, because they have been the reason why I understand this topic. So I'm a social worker who studies gun violence. In 2010, 2011, I was hanging out with high achieving Black boys in the west side of Chicago who had 4.0 GPAs and were living in a neighborhood that had been identified as the most violent neighborhood in Chicago. But one of the things that kept coming up in our conversations is the role of social media. And at that time, it was Twitter. And so they kept saying that they would use Twitter to identify safe and unsafe locations in their community. And I was like, I've never heard of this. We're not talking about this. This is not a topic that's in the literature. And then they were like, hey, have you heard about this thing that's happening on Twitter between Chief Keef and Little Jojo? I was like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And so they pointed to a story on Twitter that had been
unfolding before our very eyes, in which these two very well-known rappers were beefing online, and Little JoJo's kind of fed up with the beef. And he said, you know, if you want to do something about this, meet me in this exact location. So he posted his address on Twitter, and within 3 hours, he was murdered in that exact location. And so I wanted to understand what happened, how this happened. And so I started to hang out more with young people. And there were a number of things that really became really clear to me based on those conversations. Number one is that we need to understand social media as a neighborhood, as a community. And I think for lots of people, parents, researchers, they treat social media as this thing that's over there, this virtual thing, as opposed to this community that's integrated into our lives. Number two is that it's a really important place where people are sharing their lived experiences. They're sharing whole parts of themselves, they're sharing their multiple identities and perspectives. And those things can show up in tweets, in emojis, in hashtags. And when you live in a neighborhood with high rates of gun violence, the experiences of violence may often show up in those spaces as well.
Thank you. Brandon, welcome back. It was really a pleasure to host you for your wonderful memoir, A Place for Us. After this conversation, I'm sure you're going to want to go out and buy it and hear more of his story. And it was great to see you with Chasten Buttigieg talking about your experiences. And so you may not consider yourself an influencer, but you have a large social media following and a day job as a national press secretary where you do try to influence the coverage. So you have experience in the real world with social media and building community. Could you tell us a bit about how social media has and continues to play a role in building community?
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you. It's good to be back. And I think this is such an important conversation because, you know, as we were discussing backstage and as we're hearing now, there really is a duality to the online world that exists in our, you know, physical world as well, right? In many ways, social media acts as a mirror to the things that we're experiencing every day inside our communities. One of the things that I have thought a lot about over the last 8 years since the tragedy is how often community has saved my life. You know, I was a young queer Black kid living in rural Oregon for most of my formative years. And I didn't feel a sense of community in my hometown. I didn't see faces that looked like mine. I didn't hear lived experiences that sounded much like mine. And I'm going to age myself maybe beyond what people think is true, but we did not have social media at that time either. So there was no online community building, and it felt really isolating. It was the community that formed around my best friend's kitchen island where we would whisper secrets to each other. That was the community that first saved my life. And then as social media, it was first AOL chat rooms, and then it was MySpace. And it, you know, as social media became integrated into our lives, that community also began to save my life. It was, you know, the first time that I was sexually active as a young adult. I went to my online community to figure out if I, you know, like was safe and did I need to go see a doctor and what happens next, right? It was that community who first taught me how to love and care for myself in a physical sense when curriculum at school wasn't able to do that, right? And then, you know, when I moved from rural Oregon to Orlando, 3,000 miles away, I was looking for community again, and that community saved my life. A community that for the first time looked a bit more like me, sounded a little bit more like me, and also existed both physically and online. So I say that because I think that's true for a lot of young people, especially now where social media is so fully integrated into how they experience the world. I think that sense of community saves a lot of young people's lives. And we know that's true from the data we see. You know, when I'm thinking about queer kids specifically, LGBTQ plus kids in this country are 4 times as likely as their peers to attempt suicide before they graduate high school. The presence of a safe and welcoming space, an environment where they feel like they can be themselves, whether it's a classroom with a rainbow sticker or, you know, a Discord space where they can talk about who they are, those spaces cut that suicide attempt rate in half. So just having a place to be fully authentically ourselves is life-saving work. And for so many young people, those spaces are online, right? They are, maybe not with people who are in their backyards. Maybe they're like me, where their backyards don't feel all that safe, but now they have an outlet where they can build community with other people who are experiencing some of the same things, who are facing some of those same hurdles, and they can talk through them together.
Thank you for sharing that. So I'm very excited about Project Unloaded. Your campaigns encourage people to make their own decisions about getting a gun. And you're really focused on reaching these 13 to 17-year-olds that are still forming their views about guns. And sometimes you got to meet them where they are, which is a lot of times social media. What message are you trying to send to them, and how's that going?
Yeah, so things have changed a lot where for people in my generation and even younger, online is the third space. It is where we're building community and is where we're forming our opinions on these issues. And we know that gun violence is an epidemic among young people. It's the #1 killer of children and teens in this country. And while that's really devastating news, the hopeful news is that for a lot of young people, their minds are still open about deciding what role they want guns to play in their lives. I think that for a lot of older generations, there's this very entrenched gun debate. There's a cycle that we all know. But for young people, we have a chance to reach people who haven't yet made up their minds about whether they want to own a gun and give them the safest and most life-saving information we can, which is the facts, which is that guns increase their risk of death by suicide, by homicide, by other unintentional firings. And we have a potential to reach people, I guess, in this moment when they're starting to make decisions about who they are and how they want to operate in the world. And we do it with the facts because the facts show that that is the most effective way to reach people at this age.
Thank you. Back to Desmond. You briefly touched on how you got interested in this topic, and you've been working on it, and this technology has really advanced while you've been working on this. One of the biggest topics that you hear at every conference, no matter the issue, is AI. How do we use AI? Is this going to solve our problems and make it worse? But you have real experience using AI and other social media monitoring tools. Do you think that these tools can accurately predict gun violence before it occurs? And if so, what are the risks and opportunities?
So the short answer is no. But I'm going to tell you another story. So in 2014, I started to learn about a young Black girl on the south side of Chicago named Jakara Barnes. She had been murdered just blocks from where I studied at the University of Chicago. And she had this really complicated story, which really piqued my interest. They posted her Twitter handle in the Chicago Sun-Times article, and her Twitter handle was @Taekwon Assassin because her 13-year-old best friend had been murdered in front of her, and she had vowed to avenge his life on Twitter. And so, being this University of Chicago trained sociologist, I went into this space thinking that I could use social media and artificial intelligence to predict the next violent act. And so I wanted to look at Jakira's Twitter profile, identify her top 10 closest communicators based on mentions and replies, and be able to see if we can use machine learning to predict the next violent event. The reality is AI was terrible at looking at anything related to violence, in part because AI is not good at context, is not good at nuance, and it is terrible at African-American English. And so one of the things that I would have to do is have these really complicated conversations with my computer science colleagues, because the algorithmic systems would consistently identify the N-word as being an aggressive term. And so I have to explain to them, but not necessarily in the Black community. And so we would use these machine learning algorithms to see if we could then predict psychosocial concepts. So we pulled back from the use of it being predictive to see, well, can it predict language? Can it predict grief? Can it predict aggression? Can it predict other forms of a social behavior? And one of the biggest findings from that research was that we were actually studying this all wrong. When we talked to young people and we dug a little bit deeper within our data sets, we found that grief was a major antecedent to aggressive language online. This meant that young people were actually coming online to their community and building a community of therapy and support, and that they were looking for help. They were not using these tools for aggression and for violence. And yet, but this is the dominant narrative. And so we changed the direction of our work. But one of the things that Jakira taught me in her death was to dig deeper and to listen to young people in this space. And another space that we had missed was joy and well-being. We saw, once we started to listen, truly listen to young people, we saw young people using poetry and music and funny memes and joy and laughter to intervene when they saw their friends getting into tit for tat situations online. So again, another kind of light bulb moment that I think we are using AI wrong in the gun violence space. And if we listen to young people, I think it's a better tool for understanding root causes of violence and understanding what young people need, as opposed to using it as another digital policing tool, if you will.
Brandon, you spoke very eloquently about using social media to build community. And now I want to talk about turning that community and talk about social media and advocacy. Unfortunately, gun violence prevention, just like human rights, should not be political. It should be bipartisan, but unfortunately these are politicized, and it requires us to keep fighting for those basic human rights and right to safety. Can you give us some examples to talk about how social media conversations, we can take those and then turn them into action and change?
Yeah, I actually think, again, listening to young people is really important here because those of us who existed at the advent or before the advent of social media tend, I think, to silo the worlds, right? We see online as one thing and we see the physical space as another, and we have a really difficult time bridging the gap between the two. And that's where you get things like Twitter isn't real life. When I think what we really mean is, people maybe are not engaging in the same kinds of dialogue in day-to-day, face-to-face conversations, but it doesn't mean that the conversations we're having online aren't shaping the conversations we're having every day, right? So I think what I've learned over the last 8 years, really from listening to young folks who are engaging with social media all the time, being in those spaces online, is one, we have to listen to more young people because they understand the bridge between the two different worlds. I think a lot about the students from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School and the way that this online momentum turned into real on the ground organizing, right? It turned into, we need to set a date and a time and a place and tell people to convene in that space. And then we also need to decentralize the work because that is what drives online conversations. And so there's this one big march that happens in Washington, D.C., and then there's going to be all these other marches, and we're going to empower people at the grassroots level to lead those efforts in their own communities. If you can't make it to DC, host a march and post your pictures and be a part of the conversation online, right? There was this beautiful bridge between the conversation that people were having in a social media virtual space and the actions they were willing to take in person. So that's the first lesson I've learned is like, let young people tell us how they see the two worlds bridging between each other and how they're executing on that every single day. And the second, I think, really important lesson that I've taken away is it's organizations and infrastructure that has to catch up to that as well, right? The way that we bring people into the movement and the work often feels very siloed. It's like if you engaged with an Instagram post, you have one particular lane to get into the organization. We think of you one way, we treat you one way, we assume you are one type of person in the movement. And if you showed up to a fundraising event in person, then you have a totally different track inside the organization. We may miss the skills you're bringing to the table because we have, single storage you and put you on this existing track instead of saying, the person who came to our virtual retreat might have some of the very same skills that someone who came to our in-person event has. We haven't figured out how to plug them into a physical space yet, right? We've got to put them on a track to identify who they are, what they bring to the table, and, build them a way to feel like they're plugging in the way that makes the most sense. So that's a really long way of saying, I think we have work to do to meet young people where they are, which is to see it all as one big world and community that we're building. They're just different mechanisms for tapping into it, as opposed to it being totally siloed, separate communities that don't communicate with each other.
Let's continue the kind of the advocacy question, but a little differently for Malavika. you and your colleagues, you talk about guns on social media very intentionally, but you try to avoid getting into these political conversations. What's that like? And do you have any tips for other people that are trying to change people's minds, make them aware of the risk factors of guns without getting into these big political debates?
Yeah, so I would say that the first and most important thing that we have found is that the facts are really effective at reaching people. So we run Snapchat campaigns and ads that are targeted towards people age 13 to 17, like in the place that they're just like passively scrolling, debriefing. We intentionally make sure that our ads are very like uplifting and not depressing because we don't want people to like immediately scroll away. But they do contain the facts in them, and we've been able to reach over 3 million teens with that. And what's more, we found that like after seeing our ads, there's been a 15 to 20 point shift away in being interested in owning a gun from the people who have seen it. So I think that's the most important thing is that we found that the facts work and talking to people like peer to peer in a non-depressing and non-political way, which I know is like a lot of what we do here. It actually works quite effectively. And I think that it's hard to like avoid what we do being politicized. And I guess I'll plug, you guys should follow us on Instagram and TikTok at Project Unloaded. But our comment sections are like rank. Like people are like not happy with like what we're doing. But I think that we found that like young people are exhausted. A lot of people are activists, but a lot of people just aren't, and they just like want to go to school and like not die, and they want to learn ways that they can keep their friends and family safe. And I think we provide them with very actionable steps. In fact, it's so easy, we tell them what to just not do, just don't get a gun. So I think that like that kind of like messaging allows us to kind of subvert like what can sometimes feel like a very demoralizing and entrenched political conversation and just reach people like very straight up just with the facts.
I'm actually going to ask a follow-up because you mentioned the facts, and sometimes my my colleagues on the press team were like, hey, like that's an interesting thing. Maybe you should go and do a Twitter thread and try to change the conversation and throw out the facts. But on social media, there's a lot of facts that aren't actually facts. And when you do present facts, there's a lot of people flooding your comments. They're coordinated and trying to throw alternative facts out there. How do you break through some of that skepticism of what's online?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that we do. So like we are always like referring people to like look back at our website where we have like our facts and studies linked. Another thing that we do to increase trust is that most of our campaigns are created by young people. We have like a youth council of like teens from across the country who create some of our content. We work with influencers as well. I think appearing credible and like not corny is like the most important thing. Like I'm 23 and my worst fear is appearing corny to like the 15-year-olds or whatever who are getting our Snapchat ads. So I think that's like a big part of it. But I think that we also like a lot of like what we consider to be facts or truths about gun violence are actually like myths that gun culture has like embedded so deeply in us that we have a chance to like break out of with young people. So like sometimes like when you were mentioning like the comment sections, like a lot of people who truly believe that they need guns will be coming at us with what I call these like Marvel movie scenarios of when they might need a gun. Like just like this insane situation where like 3 guys break into their house like all armed to teeth. I don't know. But like we're like, kind of like, able to push back against the myth that that is actually not very if that does happen, it's not very likely that you're going to be able to use the gun to save yourself. Like there are statistics that show that. I mean, we can even see like police and guns is a whole other conversation, but like they themselves are not very good at the guns that they've been trained to use, as we know. So I think that there's that, and like another I guess myth, and I know that this can be a little bit more complicated. Like safe storage is like really important work that I see as like a form of harm reduction, especially for people who are already gun owners. But we try to like step away from that. Instead of telling people to store their guns safely, we're able to just tell young people just don't get a gun. Like this choice hasn't been made yet. Like we don't have to go there. So I think those are some of like the myths and like fake facts that we're able to combat with our messaging just directly to peers.
It's very helpful. Thank you. Desmond, I think the first time I encountered people using social media and to work on gun violence was actually NYPD in 2012. They found one guy who understood social media. It was mostly Facebook at the time. And he got promoted real fast because he was able to catch people and close cases and using evidence online. And now we're seeing that at the national scale with, going after rappers and social media to try to lock people up. But you're more interested in working with community-based organizations and providing tools to prevent gun violence from happening in the first place. Can you tell us what role CBOs and what your research has found?
Yeah, and I want to go back to your first point. I think you should all be very cautious if someone can tell you that they could easily identify a violent event on social media. When I would put content in front of young people from Chicago to interpret what was happening online, these are young people who are from the same neighborhood, same experiences, they would have trouble understanding each other's social media posts. And so if you're from the same neighborhood and you're having trouble, and someone who doesn't know you or not from a community, I would ask questions. I think that, community-based organizations are on the front line of understanding the role and impact of social media. And I think we have to build trustworthy partnerships where it is a mutually beneficial experience. And so in the ways in which I work with community-based organizations is I hire community members as domain experts. And so a part of this is understanding where my expertise ends and where the community expertise begins, and being able to work with them to identify language that can help us understand what's happening in a social media post, but also the ethics of this, which we have not really talked about. If we're not engaged in using ethical frameworks for how we deploy these technologies, then we are a part of the problem as well. And so those relationships with community-based organizations helps to uncover nuances, how communities want or don't want AI in their community as well. And so being able to bring those things to the forefront has been really important. And I'll just end with one of the things that I think we have been able to do successfully is to build tools with community members. And we start with what they think they need in their community as opposed to what I can do. And one of those things, going back to this concept of joy, is that we're building a platform called JoyNet with youth from New York City and Philadelphia, because they have told us that, they care about violence. They want to make a difference, but they also just want to chill and be young people. And they don't always want to see, the hardest things on TikTok as well. And so we have created this machine learning algorithm powered platform to help young people in the gun violence space find concepts of joy more rapidly so that they can have an experience both online and hopefully offline through connections that they can build on the platform as well.
Thank you. Brandon, one more question for you. I think there's a lot of people in this room that work for organizations where it's all volunteer, or maybe it's one paid staff, and then, they're juggling press and media and fundraising, but also realizing they need to have a digital footprint to reach people. And so kind of a general question, you mentioned how social media and online communities can be just really important spaces for young adults, especially in communities like the LGBT community plus community, where it might be more conservative, and then there's a beautiful place. But then we also talked about how there are some real risks to social media, and it can be really negative for mental health, seeing all those comments. Do you have any practical advice for people in the audience doing gun violence prevention work in various ways of how to use social media, when to post, how to be effective while kind of guarding their own mental health and protecting from some of the bad parts?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, if you're at a nonprofit and you have 4 jobs, welcome to the club. Speaking as the press person who's here having a conversation about digital, I'm not on the digital team, but we moonlight, right? Yeah, I think this is the challenge, right? How do we make the work sustainable? How do we protect ourselves knowing that, we're not going to end gun violence tomorrow, which means pouring everything you have into that tweet today isn't going to be the thing that puts it over the finish line. So what are you doing today that helps to power the movement while also sustaining yourself, right? That's the $1 million question, I think, for all of us. There are a few things that I've learned over the last 8 years that I think maybe can be valuable for others. The first one is really personal, which is to internalize the idea that you don't have to save the world in order to earn a place in it. I think that is especially true for people who live at the margins and are a part of movement work, who bring a lot of trauma and personal experience to movement work. I know this is true for me. I have to remind myself, just because I am a survivor does not mean that I have to save the world to prove that I belong here today, right? And so, yeah, if the work is really hard, if it's going to do damage to you to try to put that thing together today, it's okay to pass the baton to someone else. I promise the movement will continue, even if you sit down to rest. And I would even take it a step further to say you must see rest as a part of the work, right? There is no point in my mind in fighting for liberation if you don't get to experience moments of liberation along the way. There's no point in fighting for a more joyful, safer world if you don't get to enjoy, joy and safety along the way, right? That is the entire point. So seeing that balance as a part of the work helps you to find value in it. And then the second, I would say, maybe more practical application for those who are building content, who are communicating with the public all the time, is to not feel like you have to do it all in order to get your message into the world. I very intentionally do not use TikTok because I don't know how to use it very well. And like you, I'm terrified of being cringy. I already know I'm fairly cringy, but I can do that on Instagram because the people who are looking at that content are also cringy and 35 years old, right? So like, it's fine. We're in that cringe boat together. The TikTok audience is not ready for that. They don't need to see me at my cringiest doing all the things, right? So I think it is important to figure out, where are you going to actually add the most value? Where is your voice going to be the most important? Where are you going to add to the conversation instead of, trying to build this muscle that you don't have? And exist in that space. I try to tell my team all the time, in comms, we are really driven by two questions at all times, which is, who is the audience and what is our intended outcome? If I don't know the answer to those two questions, I should not be creating things to communicate to people, right? Because I don't know who I'm talking to, and I don't know, what I want to be true once that thing is in the world. So I would encourage people, start there. Who are you talking to and what are you trying to accomplish? And then figure out the platform or the method of communication that makes the most sense, the place where you will add the most value toward that goal. And you may find, like me, you don't end up on TikTok, but Facebook is your spot and you're just going to be a Facebooker. And I think that's totally fine.
Great. Well, before we open up to questions, which I'm a big fan of, so we're definitely going to leave time, I did want to provide any of our panelists an opportunity to highlight any resources, either from your own organization or elsewhere online, that you think would be helpful for folks in the audience. I'm sorry, Desmond.
Yeah, two things. If you're interested in this work, you can follow us at Safe Lab. We're on all the platforms, and we welcome collaboration and opportunities to think more about these issues. I also have a new tool called Interpret Me, which is a tool that we built with a young person impacted by social media related gun violence, and also the MIT Teaching Systems Lab. And this tool allows you to kind of put in any data that you're working with. And if you're concerned about bias and interpretation and you want to process for uncovering that bias and be able to use these tools more ethically, then come reach out to us to learn more about Interpret Me.
Thank you.
Yeah, same. Human Rights Campaign, we're everywhere. If you're not following us on social media, our digital team is remarkable. Again, they're very good at TikTok, and I don't know how, but it is so funny. And I'm like, I wish I could be that funny. So definitely follow us. And I'll say this, I think the most important organizing we do is the community organizing we do at spaces where we're trusted messengers, right? It's at dinner tables, it's in friend groups, it's, in line at the grocery store or at a PTA meeting. Like, it's the places where people know us and trust us and value our perspective and know that when we share information, we believe it too, right? That it is truth. And I think the greatest asset that social media is to us is giving us the resources to have those conversations, right? So when you look at, content from HRC or me or anybody on this stage, I hope you see it as a resource to then go and community organize, and that you are equipped with what you need to have fruitful conversations with people who trust you.
Yeah, and I will wrap up and say again, plug that you guys should follow us at Project Unloaded. You guys can, I guess, turn the tides in our comment sections and help push us in the right algorithm direction. And we're also still a pretty new organization, so you can follow us before we were cool. But I was going to say that one resource that I'm particularly proud of that we've worked on is that this month, September, is Suicide Prevention Month, which is like one of our months to shine, because like we know that suicide risk and gun access are like this. And like for young people, that's like a major risk. And a lot of young people, like mental health and suicide access, especially people from marginalized communities like the LGBTQ community, this is something they're thinking about, and this is like life-saving information that we can give people. So that's one plug. That's one resource that I'm really proud of.
And the best part, if you follow on Instagram, the way my friends and I communicate now is mostly just sending each other memes or DMs. So you can just send it to them and spark a conversation, see how they react. And you don't even have to do the work or write it yourself. Just be like, what do you think? All right, questions from the audience for our esteemed panelists.
Hello, my name is Jessie Ojeda, and I am a policy attorney with Giffords. So this is a little bit different than what has been discussed previously, but one of the concerns we have is how social media is used to fuel political violence and radicalize extremists, and how to regulate or legislate or combat this in any way. And I'm just curious, as people who work in this field, what your thoughts are on this issue.
Not an easy one.
It's like she knew what we were talking about backstage. To be honest, you probably have a better sense of it than I do. I don't envy the people who are moving in that policy space right now. And there's so much complexity to it, right? It's not just how we engage with each other. It's about how algorithms feed people information. It's features like endless scroll that mean you can get stuck there forever, or videos that immediately jump from one to the next, right? When I have used TikTok, because people send me them and you want to go on the app and watch them, it is remarkable how quickly it learns the kind of things you're interested in, and then it just keeps feeding you that same thing. So I say that because I don't know that there is one very clear-cut answer about how to deal with the complexity of social media and AI, because it is not just about how we communicate with each other, but also about how those algorithms feed information to us. I will say I really appreciate that young people feel really well equipped to see through it and fight back. It is interesting to me to watch the very same people in my life who, when I was a kid, were telling me, don't talk to strangers, like don't take candy from a van, are the ones who are sending me clearly manipulated videos. Like, their mouth is not moving, but words are coming out. You can't tell that that's AI. Like, this is not good AI. And so I think young people, because they've been surrounded by it, are teaching us a lot about how to decipher information. I think we have we have to be careful when we're talking about regulating online spaces because of the value they provide, especially to communities like LGBTQ plus people. The plug I'll give there quickly is that LGBTQ plus people are different than a lot of other marginalized communities because there is no safe space often, right? Home, they don't share identity with people sitting around the dinner table. And so home is often not a safe space, even though for other marginalized folks, that can be their safe space. And so a lot of LGBTQ plus people experience safety online. They experience community online, and we have to be very careful that we're not cutting people off from access to those communities in an attempt to, regulate. And finally, I would just say, I think all of that underscores the importance of face-to-face, one-to-one conversations that, in a lot of ways, online communities can't take the place of those interpersonal communities we build face-to-face. We saw that through COVID, that, Zoom happy hours, getting drunk by yourself in front of your computer just wasn't the same as like having a coffee with a friend. So I do think we have to understand the value of existing in all of those communities, not just one or the other.
That was a great question, and something that we're talking a lot about the kind of the manosphere. And, we have to really pay attention to the radicalization of these young men in these communities. And as they said, the algorithm, and it's not a long walk to the, school shooters you'll eventually find on Discord or some other kind of manifesto. And so there's a lot to learn, and but we can't just regulate it away. We have to really understand it. So we'll keep talking about it. Going to go over here to this corner.
How y'all doing? My name is Leonard Spain. I'm a case manager at University of Maryland Shock Trauma down in Baltimore. I'm a violence prevention specialist. So I deal with the gunshots that come in. And social media for high-risk young people, that is their safe space. You know, and trying to like understand like why is a safe space. What I see, right? Full-blown wars where these are not fights where groups are going back and forth killing each other, and they'll go on social media and brag about the win. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, through their, remember, it's like it's their safe space. What I'm seeing through their safe space, it's almost like social media creates a whole nother like reality for them. That, you know, on our side, because we're not in that lifestyle, we're just kind of saying, what are they doing, right? But it makes total sense to them. It doesn't make total sense to us. And when they get arrested for it, their mind is already distorted where they are dealing with their own reality. They're more, they'll call home and say, somebody snitched on me, right? You know, after being on social media bragging about who you just killed last night, right? And it's easier for them to just like not take responsibility, and they'll just say, they'll lie and say such and such snitched on me. And then you saying, nah, bruh, everybody on social media snitched on you. So it's like we have to do something different. Maybe to help them target, like, okay, yeah, like that might be their reality, right? But like we can't take a person's perception of reality from them, right? Maybe we can help them understand the full picture of that reality, right? Because their reality, they, you know, like social media glorifies killing, right? So they want to do that next, right? So a part of that reality is we have to help them understand that, okay, it's a whole nother reality that comes with that called the courts and the judges and all of that stuff, right? All that's a part of the reality, bro. You don't just get to like carve out the parts of reality that you want to carve out. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I work with these guys. I have a very good rapport with these guys. I was them at one time. I'm a victim of gun violence. I've been to prison for gun violence. So I really, really like work with these guys, and I understand what it's like, you know, when you hear myself and people like Nadir, you know, who's also violence prevention. So when you hear us say it's a part of their culture, you have to understand that like it's not the same culture that y'all live by, right? The communities that they come from, that is their culture, right? The reality is like that's what's responsible for them to carry firearms, right? And what I'm seeing is that a lot of what's influenced, the biggest influence with this population is social media. The biggest influence, I'm 56, and like I said, I've been in those shoes, but I had other people that I looked up to in the community that were the gunslingers and stuff like that. For young people, it's social media now. They can't actually walk up to the people that they glorify and shake their hand, say, hey, what's up, man? You know, they can't do that. They are being guided by social media. So my question is like, I guess we need to kind of start looking at other ways to, you know, deal with like the content. I think it just should be more policies on what can be posted on social media, because like social media is really what's destroying the world right now, especially with our young people. Our young people are literally, they're dying every day because social media. And you know, we are just kind of worried about other things, right? When that's the target right now. We need to concentrate on some kind of policy where it's just really against the law to post certain things, right? Like they literally post murders on social media. And, you know, I have clients showing it to me like, look, Mr. Leonard, that's funny, ain't it? Right? And you're trying to figure out like, okay, what's funny about it? If it was your little brother that was getting killed, would that be funny? You know what I'm saying? So it's like we need to be having conversations about policy and like what can be posted. Like they shut Trump's what's the name down. We need to find a way to just shut certain things down that's posted.
Can I quickly respond? Yeah, because I completely agree with your statement in which you said that we need to do things differently in this space. One of the things that I think we're up against is that we are in a culture that glorifies what we do on social media, and you can become famous and quite wealthy as a content creator, pushing out things that may or may not be true. And so we have that as an issue. But when I would put data in front of gang involved young people and ask them to help me make meaning of this, that unlocked an awareness of, I didn't know that people could read my posts like this. I didn't know that police look at my posts like this. And it went from, oh, this is dope, this is amazing, I can do all this, to, well, I need to change how I talk online. And I actually have the lived experience, which could help me change how we think about these approaches as well. So also, you know, turning it into a workforce development moment, we need young people who have these lived experiences working in and outside of tech as well.
Hi, I'm Kat. I work for Brady in our federal policy team. Desmond, this question's kind of angled for you, but anyone can respond. I'm kind of curious about what you think to the response that's happening from kind of threats being made by youth, especially younger and younger youth, in kind of mass violence attacks, and what the response has been to that. We've seen a lot more charging of youth for making threats. I know in Florida, we've seen about 3 arrests already in the last 10 days of students that have made threats on social media. And the sheriff is not only publicizing those students and those youth that are all under the age of 15 so far, but also, you know, perp walking them and then charging them for making threats online. And so I'm just kind of curious what your take is on how we're responding to that, whether or not you think that's kind of the proper response that we're seeing, or just kind of your thoughts overall on this issue of social media threats and what the response has been.
Yeah, I wrote a paper about this 5 years ago called Stop and Frisk Online. And in that paper, we theorized about the digital racism that is happening in these spaces. And I raised a case where we had a number of white mass murderers that had left racist manifestos on platforms that had been up for months, sometimes years, that we only found after they had, you know, committed those mass murders. And then comparatively, where I was on faculty at Columbia, just north of Columbia, you know, many young Black men had been followed on Facebook for months because they were in pictures with individuals who may have been associated with crime or not, right? And so they had been proactively following those young Black men, but leaving white mass murderers to continue to talk online. And so I think we have an issue with interpretation, with what we think is problematic, what we think is harmful. We have an issue with how we approach these topics in terms of being able to unlock levers to be able to identify these folks in real time as well. And we're not collaborating, right? We're leaving systems to work independently of each other. Like, this has to be a full court approach. We need families, schools, social workers, researchers, policymakers. We need to all be working together to think about the right regulations that are at play. Because I also heard this point earlier, which I think is an important one. We don't want to over-regulate this space because these spaces are critically important and can be joyful for lots of people, but we can't do this alone.
I'm sorry, if I can just add one more thing. if any country on the planet were going to incarcerate their way out of violence, we would have done that already. And so I do think, you know, as a plug for the work that you're doing and the work that so many young people are doing, I think there's so much value in us asking questions about how to reclaim virtual spaces and use them to, you know, build community, share joy, and, you know, as a society collectively decide what we want those spaces to look like and how we're going to use them together. Obviously, you know, I've been an advocate for lots of policies on a whole host of issues. So I think you got to have regulation and policy. But I do sometimes worry that our first knee-jerk reaction is to jump into policing a space as opposed to like building it together. And again, I mean, we have more people incarcerated, you know, than any other country on the planet, and we're still not the safest country on the planet. And so we've got to be having really holistic conversations about the kind of spaces we want to build.
Yeah, and I would just hop on that and say that I think that a major part of what we try to do at Project Unloaded, like in this digital landscape that's so saturated with violence, is just like inject like reasonableness into it. And I think that creating spaces to also denormalize guns, like to like we talk so much, I think, on our social media about how like absurd gun culture is and like how much like violence it perpetuates in our community. So I think that also creating a space, just as like the digital grounds can be a space for violence, digital grounds to also be a space for people to say with their full chest, like, this is weird. We don't want to live like this. Like, we can handle our business without guns. Like, we don't need guns to feel strong and safe. And I think that that ends up opening a set of very hopeful conversations about like what does make us feel safe instead. And I think that's kind of some of the work that we're trying to do as well in the opposite direction.
Thank you. We have time for one more question.
We're going to take a question from online. Yeah, Tom.
Thank you. Rebecca asks if any of the panelists could share insights about Reddit and Discord specifically. How can we get inroads into those spaces to reach these young boys we're talking about?
I don't use Discord. I don't really know how to use it, so I'm probably not the best person on that. But I do really like Reddit, which is maybe surprising to me because we don't talk about it a whole lot as a social media platform. But one of the things I'm most afraid of being cringy with is making video content. And so I really like Reddit because it's text-based, right? And you're basically having a forum conversation all the time. That feels really in my wheelhouse. I think we have a lot to learn about how to leverage those spaces and those platforms, and there is untapped potential there, in part because what happens differently on a place like Reddit or Discord than happens on Twitter or Instagram is how micro-targeted the communities are, right? Like, you can get into subreddits that are very, very specific to a particular part of who you are or a particular thing you're interested in. And so you can be talking to a really small niche community that comes in with a lot of trust for one another because they are built around something in particular, not just this is what the algorithm fed me, or this is whose comment I stumbled upon when I was having a conversation. And so I say all of that because I would love to do more work to figure out how to communicate with people in a meaningful way on Reddit. And there are lots of experts who can talk about, you know, going viral on Reddit and building a big following and how to translate that into meaningful action. But if you're looking to get into that space, first of all, tell me what you find, because I'm fascinated to hear it. And second of all, I would say, you know, think about how you are able to use the design of a Reddit or a Discord where things are so specialized, communities are so, you know, they're built around something particular. Think about how that maybe generates a different kind of conversation, brings a different kind of group of people together, opens it up for a different kind of dialogue, maybe more transparent, maybe more open, maybe more honest. Because I think there's something there that we haven't unlocked yet.
And I'll just add to follow up on that. I think parents and caring adults need to be having complex conversations with their young people about social media. When your child comes home, when you ask them about school, ask them about social media. What platforms are they on? Who are they talking to? How are they using the platforms? And it's also important for parents and caring adults to understand how these platforms work. Because if you're going to do advocacy work and you're concerned about how your child is using that platform and you don't know what they're doing on the platform or how these features work, it's going to be harder to do effective advocacy work. So I think what I've learned is that you have to have these deep conversations, and not just once, all the time.
And I would add, I guess, one last perspective on that subject. So Reddit and Discord are also not platforms that I have a ton of expertise in, but I think that's something that we do that I find really exciting at Project Unloaded is that a lot of our content is made by our team of young people from across the country, and all of them are tapped into like very niche, different internet cultures. And actually, like when we were recruiting participants, that was one of the questions we asked them. We were like, "What's on your For You page?" Because we wanted to know like what are the kinds of communities you're tapped into, and like it's very important for us to have like young people creating content from like rural communities who can speak to their peers a certain way, like kids from all different backgrounds. Like we have like young white men who are like our secret agents who are spreading the message. So like I think that it's another really interesting tactic that I find is empowering young people who like share this vision to like be the agents and messengers in their own digital neighborhoods and like corners of the internet.
It's a great way to end it. We're going to go into a 10 to 15-minute break before we meet up in this room for our plenary panel about public health approaches. But thank you all so much. I hope you all come back. You have so much more wisdom to share. Please give a big round of applause to our panelists. Good afternoon, everyone. We've got one more panel. We're even gonna try to get you guys out here a few minutes early so you can rest up before the fun happy hour happening. But I just wanted to say that when we did surveys of attendees, when we talked to the steering committee, one of the biggest themes that kept emerging in every conversation is, how do we do a public health approach to this issue? What is a public health approach? How is it different than others? And how do we take the theory and really put it into action? So we're going to try to cover a lot of that today in a short hour. But I'm going to introduce our moderator who's going to help us make that happen, Dr. Kyle Fisher, the policy director of the HAVI.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're at the end of the day and we're getting recaffeinated. I'm Kyle Fisher. Welcome to the public health approach to gun violence. We have a phenomenal panel here today. Is this better? Okay, sorry about that. Welcome, everyone. I'm Kyle Fisher. I'm the policy director at the HAVI, and I'm an emergency medicine doctor at the University of Maryland. We have a fantastic panel for you here today on the public health approach towards gun violence. We're just going to take a minute to introduce each other. We made a community agreement. We're a group of doctors. We're all going first name here. So we agreed together so that we don't have to be too formal. But let's just go down the line. Joe, you're first.
Well, good afternoon, Joe Saccharin. I am a trauma surgeon at Johns Hopkins Hospital and also serve as the chair of the board for Brady and their chief medical officer. But, you know, I come to this conversation not just as a healthcare professional, but also as a survivor. In fact, today marks 30 years from when I was nearly killed after I was shot in the throat with a .38 caliber bullet. And some of you can hear a little bit of my raspy voice. I have a paralyzed vocal cord from my injury. But more importantly, as I was telling the secretary earlier today, that, you know, the worst moment of my life also inspired me to go down this path where I became a trauma surgeon. And I started thinking about how can we really work at this intersection of medicine, public health, and public policy so we can provide the best medical treatment, which is prevention. And that's what I've been trying to do, of course. And it's not just about me, as you'll hear. I think it's about all of us coming together, coming off the sidelines of history to be part of the solution of this complex public health problem. So it's great to be here and look forward to the conversation.
Hi, I'm Laura Herrera Scott. I'm the Secretary of Health for the state of Maryland, and I'm incredibly fortunate and proud to be here today on behalf of Governor Moore and Lieutenant Governor Miller. The agency has been doing violence interventions for years, and this General Assembly earlier this year, we had the fortune of passing our Center for Gun Violence bill. And so we are in the process of setting up a statewide organization to do that. And there are several people in this room that helped pass that legislation. So excited to be part of the panel today.
I'm Gary Wheeler. I'm a retired chief medical officer for the Arkansas Department of Health. More importantly, I'm a pediatrician, and prevention has always been part of our DNA. And the work in gun violence prevention is something that I deeply enjoy, even though it gets to be a hard slog in the state of Arkansas, where we working in a red state on this particular issue is challenging.
All right, thank you. So just to do a little level setting before we jump into questions. I know we have a very mixed audience here today with lots of different backgrounds. So a little bit about just what public health is. So there's this classic parable that the public health community likes to tell. And it goes something like this. There's a man going home, and he's walking next to the river, and he sees someone drowning. So he rushes out into the river, grabs him, pulls him back in, saves his life, feels really good about it. And then the next day, he's walking back home again along the same river. The same thing happens. So he does the same thing, rushes out, saves the person's life, comes home, tells the story to his family, and it's like, wow, I can't believe this happened 2 days in a row. And wouldn't you know, the next day, the same thing happens. So he does the same thing, goes out, rushes, swims, saves the person's life, except this time he doesn't go home. Someone next to him says, why are you running that way? Where are you going? I'm going to go upstream and figure out what the heck is happening to all these people so we can start putting a stop to this. And that's what public health is about. Public health is about different than one of us taking care of one single patient in front of us in an office or emergency department or in an operating room. It's taking care of a whole community. And we may be doing things that we don't even know which patient or potential patient we might be saving their lives. But we know if we do this intervention, maybe we'll decrease gun violence by 10%. And in our group of 100 people, we'll save 10 lives, but I couldn't tell you who they are. And that's kind of what it is. Of course, there is science behind it. We commonly describe that there's kind of a 4-step process towards the public health approach. The first is to define and monitor the problem, right? So you got to know what you're looking at and you got to have data to support it. The second is identifying both risk factors and protective factors. I want to say both, because I think a lot of times we focus solely on risk factors when protective factors are just as important. Third, we develop interventions. We do something about it and we deploy them. And then fourth, we study to see what we did to make sure it works. And if it works, we try and deploy it as often as we can. So that is public health in 2 minutes. That's pretty vague. So let's get a little bit more specific here. So one of the most classic examples of using the public health approach towards injury prevention is in car crashes. We as a nation, we've used public health approaches towards preventing automobile accidents for many years. So Dr. Gary, Dr. Wheeler, it's hard sometimes. Can you tell us a little bit about some of those parallels and lessons learned that we can take towards firearm injury prevention?
Yeah, I think that's one of the most important things we can do is look around at all the other things that have worked for us in the past, whether it comes to messaging or whether it comes to the way that we go about doing that. The example of car seats in Tennessee, again, by a pediatrician who decided to that lives could be saved because he was seeing all these children that were, drowning in the water, but in this case, going through windshields and dying, and went about trying to organize the legislation regarding car seats. Car crashes are the same way. We've looked at cars to make them safer. So when they have the inevitable accidents that they do, that cars are better designed to prevent injury. And of course, seat belts and all the things that go along with that. And then also looking at laws, slowing cars down so that those injuries are not so complicated. The other thing that I'll mention just in terms of preventive things that we've tried to do, tobacco was a big issue. And one of the most important things we discovered was how we message those preventive ideas. And for a long time, we just had the message of don't smoke, no smoking. It was a very negative thing. But when we flipped it and talked about clean air and our rights to clean air, everything changed. And the laws on tobacco control allow us to be in a room right now without people smoking. So there are lots of great things we can learn from other areas of prevention.
Fantastic. Yeah, Joe, jump right in.
Yeah, I think that's great. Is this on? Okay, there we go. I think that's great. And I would just, add just one point, which is, in the 60s and 70s, when we had car fatalities, we didn't get rid of cars. We came up with the airbags and the seatbelts, and we made roads safer. And I think what that demonstrates is we went from simply trying to focus on changing human behavior, which we know in and of itself is not cost effective, and developing a system that makes it less likely for people to be injured. And I think that's one of the tenets of this public health problem that we're talking about is the system approach where you have all these components that come together. I know we're going to get into that.
Fantastic. And speaking of systems, so just this spring, you mentioned before, Governor Moore sponsored legislation in Maryland. Governors can sponsor legislation to create a Center for Firearm Injury Prevention that will be held in the Department of Health under your supervision. Can you tell us a little bit about how you envision taking that office to really truly bring the public health approach to Maryland?
So as you know, we're a big agency. In some states, public health is just public health. But in the state of Maryland, we have public health, we have behavioral health, we have the Disabilities Administration, we have Medicaid, and I have 11 healthcare facilities. So we have a lot of levers within the department that we can push and pull to be successful. But what we have done historically, regardless of what kind of department is, public health is experts at looking at the data or mining data, looking for trends. And so between all those data sets, we're fast and furiously working on data that we have not only within the department, but also working with our other state partners to start putting that data together and looking at it at the zip code level to start understanding trends in the data. So for instance, I gave this example in speaking to one of my colleagues who's the Secretary of Department of Juvenile Services. And so I was talking to him about the data and looking at all our data sets, and I happened to say lead, talking just about our lead, and I'm looking at that. And he said, well, that's funny because a lot of my kids in DJS have elevated lead levels and have had issues of cognitive and behavioral health issues that have been documented and end up in the juvenile justice system. So that is one marker or one piece of information that we can start ticking and tying to other things that we do. And so we are fast and furiously working on data and how do we use it in a way to go upstream and even, quite frankly, do some predictive analytics to prevent that from happening. So if I think about suicide that lives, I know they're at risk for suicide if I don't do something to intervene. So that's the way we're thinking about data. I would also say the department is really successful at partnering. We partner with local health departments, community-based organizations across different parts of the state for different reasons. And so that's key to standing up the center, as well as partnering with other state agencies. And how do I use my role as the Secretary of Health to partner with Department of Human Services, Department of Juvenile Services, Department of Corrections. So we just think we're very excited and we're already laying out many pieces to set us up for success.
Right. Now, Gary, this seems like this leans into something that you really wanted to talk about before, which is health departments and what partnership looks like for them. And, you know, it can be kind of this black box if you don't know government and public health departments and the differences between your local health department versus the state health department. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people, when you talk about public health, they think exclusively of the Department of Public Health. And as you've mentioned, there's lots of other agencies that touch on things. I just came from the session on community violence where we talked about social determinants of health. It turns out the health department works in a lot of areas that have an impact in those areas. At the local health department level, and again, it depends on how your department is organized, but in our state and most states, there's a reach of the local health department at every level. We have people who are community health workers who are work for the department or work for agencies that we funded through the department that work on these aspects that are important, such as the impact of housing, transportation, and other things that that ultimately impact the economic life of people in their community. And there are tremendous social determinants. There's big things like racism, which is huge in our state and in red states, but there's also the other things of economics. You know, that money drives people. A lot of crime and gun violence is driven by economic factors because people don't have jobs and other factors. So how do we impact that? How can we push things like tax policy and other things? Some of those things would not be done by a health department, but they'd be pushed by other groups that are interested in children's health and family health in your state. So I think that public health is a really, really big umbrella, and there are lots of levers under that umbrella that we can use in our community organizations that all of us can work with, and again, partner with to accomplish the larger goal of reducing gun violence.
Wonderful. Thank you. So helpful. So Joe, this next question is going to be for you. So one of the 10 essential public health services is to strengthen, support, and mobilize communities and partnerships. And as a survivor and a trauma surgeon, you've put this into practice for years through your work between creating This Is Our Lane, the chief medical officer for Brady. Can you talk a little bit about how this public health approach can foster these type of partnerships to advance nonpartisan solutions towards firearm violence?
Yeah, look, I think it's a good question, Kyle. I mean, for over a decade, and it's not right just any one person or one organization. I'm looking out at this audience of people that have been, pounding the pavement on this issue day in and day out. We have tried to transition the narrative from simply gun violence being focused on as a criminal justice issue and it being focused on as a public health crisis. And when you think about like, well, what does that even mean? One of, I think, the clearest ways for me to kind of understand it is that when you think about these complex health problems that we face, there is no one solution to these problems. It requires a multifaceted approach. And of course, you talk about these, core tenets, right, around strengthening, supporting, and mobilizing communities. Like, let's be real, the people in the community, right, those that are closest to the struggle, they understand what the solutions are. They don't, need us, sitting in the ivory tower telling them what to do. What they need us is to bring them in as partners at the design phase of the solutions. So together we can figure out how do we come up with stuff that is culturally sensitive, that is appropriate for the city, the region, the state that we're trying to kind of tackle. And, I'm sitting here, right, as someone who lives and works in East Baltimore. I see Leonard. I mean, I see so many people, right, that are out there that are doing this work. What we're trying to do in places like Baltimore and across Maryland is we're trying to break down the silos that exist. Because when you break down these silos and you bring the sectors together, so it's of course healthcare, but it's the health department, it's law enforcement, right? It's businesses, it's the education department. What you do is you go from being this, siloed entity to creating comprehensive, nonpartisan solutions. And we have done that in many ways in healthcare. I think, as you mentioned, healthcare professionals, right? Those of us in here that are taking care of these patients day in and day out, that are having to explain to moms and dads, that their child that left that morning is never coming home again. We have been at the center of this issue for many years. And I think that what we started to realize, Kyle, and you've, of course, and so many others have been part of this, is that the data and science is important. The data and science is important to drive programs and policies so people, right, like Secretary Herrera Scott can then implement them in a way that makes sense. But that doesn't change the hearts and minds of people. And how do we understand that what we are facing and what we are dealing with are not just numbers and statistics, right? They're everyday people, they're moms, they're dads, they're brothers and sisters, and they're part of the social fabric of our community. And that's what we've tried to do, right? Both from a healthcare perspective, but also when I think about, organizations like CAP and Brady, right? At Brady, we have been working on programs, whether it's around educating healthcare professionals how to talk about this issue to patients in ways that's non-judgmental, to kind of implement responsible gun ownership practices or safe storage campaigns like End Family Fire, right? There's so many examples. And it's this collective, Kyle, that allows us then to think about the short, medium, and long-term solutions to really be able to make communities safer. Your zip code shouldn't determine whether or not you're going to get shot. And that's why we're trying to kind of bring all these entities together to try to implement these programs and policies in a way that's sound.
And I love that too. You know, if you were paying close attention throughout the whole day, we're hearing hints of what you're talking about in different people. And I think you and the audience, you can all put that together. And one of the first panels earlier today, one of our speakers talked about how he thought it was important that the business community jump into it. And if you think about it, if it is an area in a city where there's high levels of violence, that is not an attractive area for businesses to go into. So there's lots of incentive for business and economic development to tackle this as well.
Could I add just one thing? We've talked a lot about prevention, and we need to qualify that a little bit about what's primary prevention, what's secondary prevention. So primary prevention is intervening to prevent a shooting. Secondary prevention is to take a victim and follow them up, wrap around services, and make sure that they don't, retaliate afterwards. Again, I want to focus a little bit, just because of my background in pediatrics, on developmental things. And we had like I said, we had a wonderful session on the community violence prevention, where it was pointed out the fact that most of these people that are involved in this care, not all, but most of these people are victims of trauma themselves. And then if we don't begin to see the world and include trauma-informed care in our care of regular people, and I'm happy to say that probably for the last 10 years now, most pediatricians, when they see patients in their clinic, are doing a little survey, which is called the ACEs survey, Adverse Childhood Events. Have they had a parent that's been in prison, or have they witnessed violence themselves? These are high-risk kids that we need to bring extra services and extra attention to. And again, on a more general way, instead of in an individual way, but in the community, we need to talk about, mediation in elementary school. We need kids who have had 5 or 6 years of practice at solving their difficulties before they reach middle school and before they get into the situations where they have the choice of crime versus the choice of resolving their differences without crime.
Wonderful. And, we're getting at where we're going to go to. I've heard the word data a bunch of times, and I know sometimes when I have my advocate hat on, sometimes it's like, yes, we need data. But at the same time, I think we have enough to act. But we always need more data, and we should learn from what we have. Laura, during when we were getting ready, you were showing me this new data dashboard you're working on. Can you tell us a little bit about what we know from the data? And I know this is a very broad question, and we can kind of open it up to everyone if you want to get things started, especially on kind of risk factors and protective factors, so we know how we can act on this.
So we don't have that level of detail yet. We're still going through our data use agreements with all the different entities, pulling in our own data, and then working with Maryland State Police. But we are starting to see trends. So in Western Maryland, and the Eastern Shore, more of that gun violence is suicide, not homicide. When we look at in the city, more homicide, and the homicides decrease as you age if you're a Black male in the city. Trend that I mentioned, looking at the data in Prince George's County, I'm seeing a lot of homicide on women. And so that's a trend that no one's discussed before, but in looking at the data, that's something that we're seeing. So, and the data we are working on is going to be public facing. So for grassroots organizations, or for community violence intervention or hospital violence intervention programs, they can self-serve and look at the data to say, what's happening here, and how do I build a program, or where do I put the money in my community that makes the most sense? So it's going to be searchable by zip code. It's going to be searchable by race and ethnicity. It's going to have trend line data, so you can see if it's going up, if it's going down. So it's still a work in progress, and we'll be adding more and more data sets as we get these data use agreements. But I think it's incredibly important for people to know what it looks like in their community so they can take action. And if I can digress from the data piece for a second to your piece about the community partnerships, as part of our work, we've been really reaching out to stakeholders, trying to understand what they're doing, what works, because grassroots organizations are the ones that are the trusted partner, understand what needs to happen to keep their community safe. And what we're learning is our agreements are way too complicated. So if we want to give an entity like that money, my DUA is too many pages and requires a lawyer to review. Our and our contracts are too long, and the amount of reporting that we ask in exchange for that money is just too complicated. So Joe and I were talking behind about what work we're doing also to think about what's the infrastructure that our grassroots organization need to be successful, and what do we need to do to change our practices so we can be better partners for grassroots organizations.
Wonderful. And so if someone's in the audience right now, they're working at a grassroots organization, they're looking to partner with their city, their county, their state, either the health department or somewhere else, what advice, I would go for both of you because you've both worked at health departments, city and state. What should folks know about how they can partner?
I think it works both ways. A lot of times we know about groups and we'll go out and reach out to them. But one of the terrible things that we do, or our state did, was we just post stuff out on the internet and hope people find it. And that's a terrible way to go about it. But some groups are doing it. Unfortunately, a lot of entrepreneurial groups that, are looking for opportunities to make money, find those before anyone else does. So I think that it sounds like in Maryland, you're doing it right.
We're trying.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
And trying is probably better than we were doing. If you're one of those groups, what I recommend doing is either visiting or picking up the phone and calling until you get somebody in the area that you work in. Okay. The people at the health department have to answer the phone. They have to respond to you. If you ask them a question, if you ask them for data, they have to give you the data. If they take a month to get it, there's a thing called an FOIA, Freedom of Information Act. So you can request it, and then they really have to do it because it goes to their attorney. So the main thing is be persistent and seek out those people at the health department. Don't wait for the announcements, and find out who it is in the department that can help you. And it turns out most of the time they'll be grateful that they called, because that saves them some work. You've helped them identify a grassroots group. They've got money that they need to give away. They can be in contact with you and provide the information.
Yeah, I would say don't be shy. All our information is pretty public, so I'm easy to locate, email and phone numbers. We've had a couple of grassroots organizations reach out, and when they didn't want any money. They just wanted to make sure we were doing the right thing as we stood up the center. And so several organizations have been really instrumental in the direction that we've been going and taking in setting up the center in Maryland. And I don't know what I don't know. And so when people have reached out, I've taken those meetings, and they've all been incredibly valuable. And to your point about having a seat at the table while you're building whatever it is you're building, they know better than we do. And as policymakers and physician leaders, and I'm not in violence, I was an HIV provider for several years, but it's really, really important to listen to the community because they know what's happening, and they know what they need better than any of us know what they need. So for those of you who have reached out, thank you. And for those of you who haven't reached out but have something to say about what we should be doing, certainly reach out.
And just to compliment you, one of your junior staff was at our community meeting and asked the question, tell me what I need to know so that we can fund the right groups, and got great answers. So,
and it's first name dot last name, Herrera Scott at Maryland.gov. I'll make it even easier for you.
And I want to go one step further to say that in Maryland, we have seen proof that your office has listened. Sitting in the second row, our Maryland coalition lead. I know because I saw it, and actually I helped edit it too. So full disclosure, you created a document, a proposal asking the governor to create this center, and saw Miles here too. So thank you, Miles. Miles and the governor's team, they looked at it and evaluated it and they pushed forward with it. So they are listening. And so can we give them a hand? Government officials don't get enough claps for doing the right thing. So one of the things that we've really realized talking through this is that when you're talking about a public health approach, it really widens the aperture of the possibilities, right? We're not simply talking about Second Amendment focused laws, but we could talk about anything that's a risk factor or a protective factor. So we want to spend a little bit of time now to talk about what some of these other real life examples are so that you can all start thinking about what are other things I can do in my community. Maybe I can reach out to the folks doing housing development or in Parks and Rec or this and that. So Joe, I'd love you to start, kick it off. What are some examples of things that fall under risk factors or protective factors that the audience might not necessarily have at the top of their mind?
Yeah, and I think it's an important question because, you know, a lot of times when we talk about this issue, we're thinking about, well, what are the laws that we can pass? What are the policies? And of course, those are really important. You know, we're continuing to push those at I see Tanya laughing at Brady and other places. But it's also about the programs, right? And the programs are critical, right? Because, you know, there are so many, I think, as you said earlier, right? There is a lot of data and evidence out there that demonstrates there are things that we can be doing today to not just prevent firearm violence from happening, but also to reduce recidivism. So one very classic example, right, are the hospital-based violence intervention programs, right? You serve, of course, you know, through Javi as the policy director and have been very involved in those. You know, in healthcare, we've done a great job, I think, of learning and teaching ourselves how do we treat the physical injuries when patients are brought into our trauma centers. But it's not just about the physical injuries. It's about the social and the psychological impact that happens to patients, you know, those that are lucky enough to survive, by the way, right, that extends far beyond their hospital stay. And through these programs and through the help of organizations like Javi and so many others, we've been able to connect patients, right, with social workers, mental health services, you know, peer support, job training, so many of these factors that, Gary, to your point around the social determinants, right, help us really provide a comprehensive approach. And I would say, you know, part of it is about the social determinants of health, but part of it is also about the political determinants of health, as, you know, Daniel Dawes, you know, a good friend and colleague, wrote in his book, outlining how the indiscriminatory policies of the past, like redlining and so many others, have impacted communities for generation after generation. And so that's one example. Another very practical example, something that you may not think of, is greening. So you think about like bustling cities, right? And you think about even just the thought of like concrete meeting grass, right? And building meeting trees. Like that concept itself, like helps you breathe easier. And when you look historically, right, probably I would say the most famous landscape architect, Frederick Law Olmsted, who was responsible, right, for creating Central Park in New York City over 100 years ago, has been able to demonstrate, right, how greening actually not only makes us feel better, but reduces violence, right? Fixing dilapidated buildings or parking lots and just the list goes on. It's not something that maybe is top of mind, but has been shown to reduce violence, to improve, you know, economic conditions. And also, right, what doesn't get talked about is it allows us to build social cohesion, right? And a place where people can aggregate without the fear of being shot or assaulted or whatever you want to insert into that. So those are just some practical examples.
Laura, you look like you've got one. Let's just go down the line because I bet we all do.
We have a lot of things. One, I think that's at least on tap for the health department is looking at social media and how do we use social media when there are escalating tensions that are happening and how do we intervene? We've talked about things like using high school influencers and how do we use those platforms? Now we have a lot of rules about what we can and cannot use with YouTube and a lot of things we can't use, but that's something that we're actively working on as one area. The other thing is even just primary prevention. So, we have the largest Medicare primary care program in the country. And a lot of our primary care providers don't screen for violence or ask about guns in the home because they don't know what to do if they screen positive. And so how do we build that infrastructure so primary care is asking the question and then making appropriate referrals? We're doing that with our crisis intervention. We just stood up expanded our mobile crisis teams in the state and our crisis centers. And that is a question that's being built into all our crisis teams. And then we have gun storage or safe storage initiatives with gun locks that are being given as part of the visit. So there's just lots of opportunity everywhere. But if I do that everywhere, we're not going to have enough money to meet the needs of the state. So again, using this data to really understand where the violence is happening and how can we be as intentional as possible where those monies go so we can impact the communities that are hardest hit.
Wonderful. Gary?
Yeah, and continuing to use science to figure out how to do that. So in Arkansas, everyone has a gun in their home. So the question is not, do you have a gun in your home, but is your gun stored safely in the home? So, and again, that's sort of a science thing we learned from doing questions and that kind of thing. The other kind of things, again, kind of along the Olmsted line, we have a program in children's clinics called Reach Out and Read. And it's a book giveaway. And it's similar to the Dolly Parton program where if you're under 5, you get a book every month. These kind of things light children's imaginations. And even though they're seeing desperate things in front of them, they have other things that they can look forward to. Following up on the trauma issue, one of the most important things, since so many children are afflicted by trauma, is how do you help mitigate that? How do you improve that? And again, the thing that works better than anything else is some sort of mentor, an adult mentor. So programs that are funded to do that kind of mentoring work are critical and probably worth the investment.
Wonderful. And I just want to add one more thing that is really actionable, especially at the local level. We know that across all forms of gun violence, both community violence as well as suicide, is that alcohol use is a big risk factor. So a very tangible thing that we've looked at is that you can look at areas with high levels of violence. There will be high concentration of liquor stores, right? So one thing that you can do in your own community is, and most of us in the gun violence arena, it's not something we think about, but local zoning, right? Who thinks like, I'm going to go to the local zoning meeting to talk about alcohol density? So lots of different things. And once you start thinking about public health, you see protective factors and risk factors kind of all around you. And the theme that we've been talking about, going back to that car crash example, is we have not done one single thing to decrease car crash deaths, but rather we've layered lots and lots of interventions like seatbelts, airbags, speed limits, car seats to get that down. Because there's not going to be one solution that's going to solve everything. We're going to have to do lots of small things that'll get us there. So we love to give time to the audience to ask questions, and we got through our set questions a little further. You were right up, so let's just jump with this gentleman here in the second row.
Hello, my name is Bongani Ndebele. I'm a public health student at George Washington University, and I'm also a Marylander, so this question is for Dr. Herrera Scott. I was just wondering on what your opinion is with partnering with federal government to make sure that there's ways to track all of the gun violence statistics like in a uniform way nationally, I guess, because a thing that I'm sure State departments of health struggle with is the unaccounted guns and just tracking all the violence statistics, but there's no way that's the same for each state. So how you go about that?
So that's a really good question. You know, I don't have a solution right now because I'm just trying to get the data that we have access to, but some standardization. So when you start looking across state lines, we're doing an apples to apples comparison. I would also say I would love to see some kind of compact between states for data sharing. Every state has a different criteria for data use agreements and sharing of that data. Even within the state, I have to do some DUA gymnastics or data use agreement gymnastics with the other state agencies trying to get them. And I think there should be some kind of umbrella DUA that says for these purposes, you can have the data. But if you're going to display it in a certain way, we at least need a right of first refusal or something along those lines. But just getting the data takes a lot of work, takes legal, and I think even simplifying that within a state would go a long way to building the data sets that we think we need, back to the layering issue. So you can layer that data and start to tell the story. It's not just the violence, but it's all these other things that contribute to that violence. And how do you have that layered approach to solve this problem?
All right. I think Devin was next.
Hello, Devin Hughes from GVpedia, and being from Oklahoma, I feel your pain in terms of Arkansas. I just wanted to mention that my organization has a data visualization tool down to the street level using Gun Violence Archive, so might be open to conversation there. My question kind of comes around the bullets themselves, because you mentioned like the car analogy, and I was at the NRA convention earlier this year, and they were marketing more and different types of bullets, not just your standard full metal jacket, but also hollow point, hydroshock, fragmenting, fluted rounds, and such. So I was wondering if there is any data any of you have seen, either at like the personal level or somewhere else, that looks at bullet lethality and potentially going with that. And then also, being from a red state, public health after the COVID crisis is associated with they locked me in my room for a year and I'm not happy. So how do we market a public health approach in communities that see public health and think they locked me in my room?
All right, we have two questions. Do you want to take the red state one first? And Joe, I'm assuming you know the data on the lethality of bullets. Gary first.
Yeah, the backlash against COVID regulation was tremendous in the red states, and it's put a permanent barrier up, and the trust level of the health department, any other state institutions has really suffered. I think it's just going to take a long time to rebuild that trust, working in areas that are non-controversial. Which means not about guns, not about vaccines even, but working those other areas to build that trust back. I don't think there are a lot of other, I think the main thing is to not work on those areas, but work around those areas and all the other places that we pointed out. You know, taking data that you can get and working with that, and then working in all these other arenas where we can make progress. And then taking the few things that we can get. I think safe storage is probably the one area where there's consensus and there seems to be support. And I think we might see those type of rules passed in places like Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas.
Yeah. So really great question. And not to get super wonky, but right, it comes down to kinetic energy, right? 1/2 mv squared. And I'm sure you've seen a lot of these different models where, they fire, a projectile into, a gel kind of contraption, and it shows the dispersion of the energy. A lot of where we have seen this, and where some of kind of, the historical data has come, is when, we lost the assault rifle component. And what we know is there is a reason, when you look at these mass shootings, that people often prefer to use these military style assault weapons. They simply cause more destruction. There is a reason that people are putting 100-round drums on, these different contraptions, because, the more bullets, right, that you can fire, the better your kind of probability of injuring and killing people. So for sure, there are some of those differences, and it comes down to the kinetic energy, where we have seen, again, a lot of that data come out where more people are injured and killed are around those military style assault weapons that are being used.
Whoever, you're in charge.
I wanted to talk about the green spaces because actually I'm from Denver, and there's been millions of dollars that have been appropriated for trees in what we call maybe tree deserts, and they tend to be highly correlated with high violence areas. And I talked to the man, head of the program, trying to get it where they get youth to be involved in planting the trees, because it gets them a pull into the neighborhood and also into the community, and also gives them a job, give them education for a future career and caring about the earth. And I just got no response. I mean, just like not interested at all. Told him about what Baltimore, I think, had done tree planting. And I just would wonder if there are resources out there to help convince this person that it's not just putting the trees in the ground, but maybe the people and pulling the community in together in it, and particularly youth who may be pulled into other bad directions.
Yeah, so it's a really good question, and I'm happy to, share some of the data and science with you that could help kind of drive some of these messages home. As it relates to the resources, it really honestly is very dependent upon the city or state, as you're probably well aware. But what I've found is that most people, especially leaders and policymakers, are unaware of the real impact that greening can have. Now, that's not ubiquitous across the board, but you would be surprised how many people that you approach and you talk to about this are very much like, oh, wow, I had no idea. Let's talk about this. Now, talking about it and executing it, right, is a whole different thing. It's one thing to have the right idea, and it's another thing to have the right strategy and approach. So when you think about greening a space, well, one of the things that I would do is, who is to benefit from that? It's not just, right, the people that are, of course, are going to, be safe and not injured and killed, but it's the businesses that benefit, right? There's an economic incentive. It's that social cohesion concept that we talked about, where now you've developed a space and an opportunity for people to mingle and to be able to really kind of come together as a community. Is it easy? No. But I think thinking about the stakeholders in the community is such a critical piece, because then you can get the necessary buy-in to be able to drive some of those solutions forward. And that's why we've seen some of the different successes, whether it's Baltimore or other areas, because they've really understood about that kind of underlying investment that is so critical.
Can I,
Can I just,
Go ahead.
oh,
Sorry.
I was just going to say, it's also who you ask. So at the time that you're making the ask, you may be asking the wrong person. So for instance, Department of Natural Resources is the one that has the money to plant the trees. Behavioral Health Administration can tell you about the behavioral health positive impacts from having trees, and then thinking about the public health approach and help there. And then your Department of Planning, which is that does the census and plans urban development and rural development and parks in general. Getting to the right stakeholder to help carry the water for you on that messaging is going to be incredibly important, because going to an agency that says, well, that's not my area, or I don't have money to plant trees, you'll get the no just by virtue of the fact that you need a different person to ask. Sorry.
And the other thing is, if you're talking to the mayor or you're talking to a director, if you can find a director or a mayor in another city that's already done this and they hear it from one of their own colleagues, it's much more, it's better received as well. So if you can use them as an ally.
while they're moving the mics. Just one place on the resources side, there's a researcher at University of Pennsylvania that has done this in Philadelphia named Gina South. If you Google her, she had an op-ed in the New York Times a couple of years ago that was really great.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr.
I'm Joseph Richardson, professor at the University of Maryland, College Park, and also the co-director of Progress, which is our new gun violence research initiative at the University of Maryland. With my colleague, Woody Kessel. Please raise your hand, Woody, and stand up. So I have a statement and I have two questions. So one, just in terms of the community engaging in this conversation, we've recently launched a series across, which is called Dialogues in Design Justice, which will be over the entire academic year, bringing in community-based organizations and community stakeholders to drive the concept of community-led research. So we're already working on that. If you're interested, please hit us up at UMD Progress. You can Google us and on our website. So we'll be having another, we just had workshop last week, and we'll be having another one on October the 17th and another in 2025. So, two questions. One, Dr. Will, I'm so glad you're here because I just returned from Little Rock, giving a grand rounds at the University of Arkansas School of Medicine. So my question is regarding the Dickey Amendment. So I'm glad you're here because Jay Dickey, for all of those who don't know, was a senator from Arkansas who pushed for the regulation of public funding, particularly federal funding, for gun violence research from 96 to 2020. So I serve as an advocate for the American Academy of Pediatrics. And every year we have to go on the Hill and pitch why we should increase gun violence research. So I'm from a blue state, it's pretty easy, right? But for my colleagues who work in red states, it's very challenging to make that argument. So for the past 2 years, we've advocated for the increase from 25 million to 60 million, right? Thumbs down. So my first question is, since you're from Arkansas, how can we convince red states to buy into that we should be increasing gun violence research funding because it's good for the country? First question. Second question is, what do you think the role is in terms of a public health approach using homicide reviews and shooting reviews? Because clearly both of them can go upstream. I co-chair DC's Violence Fatality Review, one of my many hats. But what are your thoughts about the public health approach using homicide reviews to determine points of intervention? Because in those reviews, we have everyone from the public health sector at the table. We have schools, Department of Juvenile Services, police department, prosecutor's office, et cetera. But we rarely have that in shooting reviews. In shooting reviews, we typically only have law enforcement. So first question, Dr. Wheeler, and then to the panel. Thank you.
Let me touch on the review thing. As you know, that in most states, there's an infant death review board, and those are fabulous at getting to root causes and helping reduce the infant mortality rate. So I'm totally for it. However it can be accomplished, it needs to be done. Regarding Jay Dickey, he was the representative from South Arkansas who got this amendment passed to block all the funding at the CDC. And it actually didn't block the funding. It just it wrote it in such a way that nobody was willing to try it without being punished. And so funding stopped. I was with Jay Dickey when he recanted it. At the end of his life, he said that was a terrible mistake I made. And he wrote letters to all his Congress folks in the Arkansas group and begged them to reconsider, which they did not do. I am very concerned, as everyone else is, about the lockstep approach that the parties have, both the Democratic and Republican Party. I don't know how to change those opinions other than to go to the Hill every year. The more you meet these people and spend time with them, they'll give you more attention and consider it. So I've been to the advocacy days year after year after year and spoken with my representatives. I think it's just a long haul and we have to be persistent. I don't know any other strategy apart from that, except for the work that is being done by the community groups who are here. I've worked a lot with moms. Fabulous organization. Thank you for those that are here. I love moms because it reminds me of March of Dimes, and that women have always been the people that have gotten things moved. So it's their persistence in working with those groups to accomplish things. So whether it's civil rights or whatever. So I think encouraging and working with those community groups to continue to put pressure on. Someday we will overcome this. I don't know when, but hopefully soon.
I'd like to jump in a little bit here as well. So on the CDC funding piece, I want to say, so this is my personal opinion. I think we in the violence prevention community have failed in our ask for how much money that we think we need for the gun violence prevention research. All right, so right now it's $12.5 million on the CDC side, 12.5 on NIH for a total of $25 million. And like you said, Joe, you know, the current ask around many groups is like $60 million. Where is that ask coming from? Where did that number come from? Why did we decide on it? Well, the reality is we have asked for it because we have gone based on what the baseline is. Does anyone here know what the baseline, where we came up with that $25 million total is? Anyone know? So I had the opportunity to meet the former Secretary of Health, Secretary Azar, about 1.5 years ago. We were talking about this and I asked him, you know, how did we come up with $12.5 million? And he said, oh, well, you know, we knew we were open to reversing it. So I called up the CDC director and asked how much there was in unallocated funds, and it was $12.5 million. So that's what we did. It wasn't a science-based approach. It was a realistic one. And actually, I have to give him credit for doing it because it was something positive that he could do in the moment. But we as a community, we need to do the math ourselves. We need to issue reports saying, this is how much money it would take to get where we need to do. And going on multiples of the old number, it is not an effective strategy.
Well, and I'll just add a couple of things because I know we're almost out of time. You know, there is some data out there that has done the math that would estimate that if you want to compare gun violence, right, from a burden of disease perspective, it needs to be funded around $1 billion a year. But I think we should send I want to kind of end on a little bit of a positive note and a little bit of hope, because Joe, it's good to see you. And I agree with the frustration that, you know, having to kind of continue to pound the pavement. And I agree it's not enough. But like, let's be real, because of people in this room, because of the moms pounding the pavement, CAP, Brady, so many organizations, like where we are now is not where we were 10 years ago, right? I mean, just think about it. We are at a place, right, that is completely different. We have presidential elections that have this issue as part of the central part of the platform. That never happened before, even on the Democratic side. And by the way, most governing in America, as we all know, doesn't happen at the federal level. It happens at the local and state level, which is why all the community organizations, which is why the secretary and so many other people, right, are so critical to this, because that is where the work is happening. We have passed over 600 pieces of common sense legislation in the past 10 years around gun violence prevention. And that's because of people like you in this room. So there is hope. It is frustrating. We have to be persistent, but we're heading down, I think, a path where we're starting to be able to talk about this. And to your other question, right, where we bring together the different sectors, that is so critical. Because as the secretary said earlier, it's very easy if, you know, this doesn't fall under a certain agency that they can kind of push it aside. And that's why when the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention was being created, we pushed for it being in the executive office, because we knew if you put it in HHS or DOJ, right, all the other agencies, they're so busy with stuff that they would not have the convening power to be able to bring people together. So I think, you know, from a hopeful perspective, we're heading in the right direction. We just need to continue to do more, despite it being frustrating.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists and Kyle for doing a great job of moderating. Well, it's been a long day. I hope you guys feel inspired and some ideas and some networking. we're going to be concluding for the day, but I just want to remind you, please pick up after yourselves. Our event team has been working very hard and a lot of CAP volunteers, so appreciate all of them, but please make it easy for us by cleaning up, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning. We're going to start right at 10 o'clock, so please arrive around 9:30 for some more breakfast and fellowship, and another fun day tomorrow that'll end at 3 o'clock. Thank you all.